And we are back live here on Bengals Breakdown. What is going on? Who Dey Nation, Stone Shields on hand for another live watch party here on the channel as the Cincinnati Bengals get ready to take on the Dallas Cowboys. A little Week 14 primetime action here at Bengals Breakdown. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here this evening. Should be a lot of fun. The Bengals are pretty much not quite yet mathematically, but basically eliminated from playoff contention here at this point, but still plenty to play for, which we'll get into throughout our pregame show here this evening. Obviously, Joe Burrow is going for a second Comeback Player of the Year award. That's something that he said this week is certainly something he is trying to chase and something that he thinks it would be a very cool accomplishment. Jamar Chase, of course, going for the Triple Crown, which certainly would be a historical achievement if he was able to pull that off along with Joe Burrow. And beyond that, you got guys playing and coaching for their jobs. As far as this year beyond 2024, I don't think Zac Taylor is going to get the boot here at the end of the year, but he certainly is coaching with a sense of urgency. I know plenty of members on his staff certainly are as well. And you got guys that are trying to figure out whether or not they're going to be a part of the solution here going forward beyond 2024 in terms of 2025 and beyond. So still plenty of stuff to play for here and an opportunity to show the nation that you are still a team force to be reckoned with here and still a good football team and a successful franchise despite the fact you are 4-8 at this point. So appreciate everybody, all the real ones hanging out with us early here. We got about 40 people in here hanging out with us so far to kick off our watch party. Just under an hour away from kickoff in Dallas. First kick going to be at 8:15, and we're a little bit past 7:20 here on the East Coast. We'll give some shout-outs here before we kind of progress into our show. Tim Tyra, of course, hanging out here as he always is. Appreciate that, Tim. He actually said that his sister is a huge Cowboys fan. She's at the game sitting on the 50-yard line front row tonight. Wow, I think a lot of us are jealous of your sister. Hopefully she goes home a little bit upset, but I certainly hope she enjoys her time at the game. Jerry's World front row. Man, you can't really ask for more than that. Peter says, what's up? What's up, Peter? Thanks for hanging out with us. Caleb Estes as well. Noah Zimmerlin. Got some new faces in here as well. That certainly is always a good thing to see. Noah, appreciate you hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Who else we got in here? Dr. B, of course, hanging out, says, what's up? The J-Man says, hopefully the Bengals can give me joy tonight. I think a lot of us kind of relate to you there, J-Man. We're just looking for one positive game here, and it's, prime time. The whole world's watching, despite the fact that this is kind of a mid-off here at this point, right? Both these teams haven't had good seasons. I think some people, you're probably delusional if you thought the Cowboys were going to have a good year, but I know some people certainly did, but they're kind of doing what I anticipated them to do this year, but this certainly has been a shock as far as the Cincinnati Bengals go, starting out 4-8 here in 2024. And again, your playoff hopes haven't been mathematically eliminated yet, but you need essentially a miracle. And I've personally turned the page. I'm not really holding on to any hope at this point. I think last week I still was, certainly. This is kind of my first time watching this football team without any optimism about going to the playoffs. So it definitely is a little bit of a different feeling here, at least for me personally, this evening. Grace says, should I dip into my Skyline reserves? Well, that's funny you say that. Says she's in D.C. and has cans from Harris Teeter. Yeah, that's a good call there to have Skyline in the house. But as we'll get to our Super Chat menu here in a moment, we are back with the Skyline shots on today's live stream watch party. You guys have been hanging out with us all season long. We started out the year doing these Skyline shots, but they are back here tonight. Tom Downey and Chris Daughtry over at the Cowboys Report, which actually is produced here in Cincinnati as well. Down the hall, they are going to do some Skyline shots here tonight as well. So $10 Super Chats will be a Skyline shot for me. So, Grace, to answer your question, I think you absolutely should dip into your reserves and have some Skyline. Hopefully you can heat it up, perhaps put it on a hot dog or some noodles, right, for a three-way action. But I'm just room temp out of the can here with our Skyline shots here tonight. We'll get to our Super Chat menu here in a moment, but that is going to be $10 Super Chat from you guys will equal a Skyline shot for me. So plenty to discuss here in our pregame show leading up to kickoff. We got some keys to victory that we will get to, some players to watch certainly as well, other storylines that we will touch on here as we approach our 8:15 kick. So once again, appreciate everybody hanging out, all the real ones here chilling with us at the start of our stream here this evening. Before we get into that, do have to give a shout out to our sponsor today, and that is PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least two players for a shot to win up to 100 times, or excuse me, now a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. They also have an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the flex play. And this is what our guy Tom Downey here at Chat Sports threw together. He is our Cowboys report host here at Chat Sports. He's going with the more than on CeeDee Lamb receiving yards, which probably is a good idea considering he is playing the Cincinnati Bengals defense. CeeDee Lamb, of course, off the injury report here for this football game, dealing with some shoulder issues, but I think he is going to be good to go. Also going with the more than on Chase Brown. His rushing yards, I think Chase Brown was on his way to having one of the best games, if not the best game of his career last week against Pittsburgh, but kind of had to abandon the run given how that game was going. Also going with the more than on Rico Dowdle rushing yards, who's coming off his best game on Thanksgiving. That is the flex play right there. So, again, you can miss one of these selections and still win your money. Join over 10 million users. Sign up today. And you can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. Download the app. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, let me know. Be honest with us. Get in the comments section. Let me know who you got in this football game. Do you have the Cincinnati Bengals finally getting a win here, on prime time in front of the world against a team that, by the way, they are favored against? If you didn't see on our opening graphic there, they are favored by 4.5 points. They were favored again last week. That didn't work out against Pittsburgh. They're going to be favored once again here tonight. Let me know. Type your B's in the comment section if you think Cincinnati's going to pull through here, get a victory, or if we got any Cowboys fans in here, or just people that are like, you know what, Bengals aren't going to win tonight. I always appreciate a little bit of honesty as well. Get those C's in the comment section if that is the case. Noah getting his B's in the comment section. Noah, call me crazy, but I don't know if I have seen you hanging out in our chat very much this season. I apologize if you haven't, but I appreciate you getting interactive with us. He says Bengals will win. I like it. I like the optimism. Now, unfortunately for me, I've kind of stood up here all season long and said they were going to win, and they're 4-8. So I kind of look like a goofball in that regard. But yeah, once again tonight, I think the Bengals are going to win. Too much firepower on offense, and if your defense can just do anything, which last week they couldn't do anything at all, so not really much reason to be optimistic in that regard. But you're not playing Dak Prescott in this game. You're playing Cooper Rush, and there's a very real possibility that Cooper Rush goes out there tonight and just careers it, because that's, given how the Bengals play defensive football, that's kind of what you think is going to happen. So there's a part of me that thinks Cooper Rush is going to have the game of his life tonight. But even if that is the case, I do still believe Joe Burrow and the Bengals can score a little bit more points than them. But we'll see, because this Cowboys defense, they started out the year really bad, but they've kind of gotten into a bit of a groove here in recent weeks. Again, they haven't really played incredible teams here in terms of the games that they have won this season. But they're certainly playing much better than they were at the beginning of the year. So it's going to be a challenge for the Cincinnati offense to stay hot and keep putting points up on the board. Mike Conley Jr. says, I love Cincinnati. I'm a diehard. I loved him in the 90s, but I just don't trust the defense. Yeah, and there's no reason at all to trust the defense. This is probably, I'll just go ahead and say it's the worst defense in the National Football League. I know statistically they might not necessarily be dead last, but they're definitely high 20s, low 30s in pretty much all categories that are important. So I believe it's the worst defense in the National Football League, which is a shame because I also think you got the best offense in the National Football League. But if you can't play complementary football, you sit there with a 4-8 record, and that's what Cincinnati currently is dealing with at this point. Noah says we have to watch out for Parsons. Absolutely, he's going to be in our keys to victory, as well as our players to watch here as we get closer to kickoff. Micah Parsons, he's been banged up a little bit this year. We haven't seen an incredible year from start to finish because he missed so much time with that ankle injury. But he's back, and then I don't think it's a coincidence that ever since he's come back on that defensive side of the football for Mike Zimmer's group, which Bengals facing off against their former defensive coordinator in Mike Zimmer, the Cowboys defense has kind of taken that next step. It's kind of opened up some success for some other guys along that defensive line. I think Mozzie Smith there on the interior certainly has benefited from a guy like Micah Parsons coming back and playing. But, he is a tremendous challenge. The Bengals are going to be without Orlando Brown Jr. in this game. So that means I could be wrong here, and we'll see what exactly they do on the offensive line. But I would think you're bringing Cordell Volson back at that left guard spot. Volson, of course, got benched last week for Cody Ford, who had been starting at left tackle in place of Orlando Brown Jr., and I would think you bump Cody Ford back out there to that left tackle spot, and you deal with Volson and Ford, kind of what you were dealing with before, or the couple of games in which Orlando Brown Jr. was out. So we will see what exactly the Bengals roll out there, but it doesn't seem like they really want to have a rotation there at that offensive line. I thought maybe in that Pittsburgh game we would see Cordell Volson at some point, but Cody Ford played the entirety of that game. So we'll see if Frank Pollock and Zac Taylor have anything up their sleeve there along the offensive line, but that is what I am anticipating. All right, get your C's or B's into the comments section. Appreciate you guys hanging out, getting interactive with us in the chat as we get a little bit closer to 100 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. Now's a good time to bring up our super chat menu, which of course we will go to several times throughout the evening here tonight. So I get this pulled up here again, doing some solo producing here tonight. Again, our Cowboys Report channel, which is our biggest channel here at Chat Sports, is right down the hall. In fact, I can hear them right now, and that is where Chris is hanging out. So producer Chris is with Tom over at the Cowboys Report. I am flying solo here tonight, so appreciate everybody's patience. If you see me looking down or whatever, going to be on the computer from time to time here this evening, just trying to do multiple things at once here as we progress through our show. All right. Here is our super chat menu. I kind of fooled around a little bit with what exactly we were going to do here tonight. But it seems like you guys do always love the raffles that we do here at Bengals Breakdown, and I love them as well. So we are going to be raffling off another item here. Of course, it is December 9th right now. Christmas, best time of the year. If you think otherwise, you're incorrect. And we're going to get in the Christmas spirit here, and we're going to be giving away a Bengals Santa hat, hopefully, if we get enough in supers at the end of our stream here today. $5. That's all it takes. $5 super chat. You have an opportunity to get into that raffle and potentially win a Bengals Santa hat. Again, going to be raffling that off at the end of our show today. $10. Skyline shots are back. Kind of mentioned it there at the top. We got the Skyline chili can. We are ready to go. $10 super chat. We'll do those again. It's been a nice break. I'll be completely honest with you. It's been a nice break over the course of these past few weeks, not having to do the Skyline shots, but they're doing them over at the Cowboys Report, and for the Cincinnati team, we absolutely have to do them as well. $10 super chat, and we will do a Skyline shot. Also, hoping to give away a full-size Bengals helmet at the end of the season. Now, those obviously aren't cheap, so in order to do that, we're going to have to increase our super chat numbers. That's what I've been told. Something that needs to go up if we want to be raffling off that full-size helmet at the end of the season. So hopefully we have a good night tonight. Get a couple $100 in super chat revenue. We'll be well on our way to giving away that full-size helmet. $20 super chat gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. I see my guy Brandon Rocks 13 hanging out in the chat. He was our winner of our first Jungle Club, which was a mini helmet. He won that. I believe we gave that away the Sunday night game against the Giants, I want to say. So another primetime game. Would love to get on our way here and get ready to give out a full-size Bengals helmet at the end of the season. And Brandon Rock says his birthday is Sunday the 22nd versus the Browns. So that's exciting. Of course, that game was supposed to be on Thursday night. First time ever a Thursday night game got flexed out of that spot into a Sunday slate. And leave it to the Bengals for being the first team to do that. But regardless, at least you get to see some Bengals football on your birthday. I actually have a birthday on the 22nd as well, not of December, but of September. So that's a really good day of the month, Brandon. Happy early birthday to you, and hopefully we see you during our watch party for the Browns game, which, of course, we will be live for that as well. Even if the Bengals lose tonight, we will be live for the remainder of the season. So that is our Super Chat menu here on today's show. And real quickly, before we hop into our pregame show, do want to mention that we are in a shares battle tonight with our Cowboys channel. And what is a share? It's when you share our stream on social media. YouTube can track that metric, and we're trying to beat them in each quarter with how many shares that we have here on Bengals Breakdown. That is our goal. And as I try to pull this up here, that's one of our main goals here on our show today. There we go. We're trying to outshare the Cowboys each quarter. Obviously, we are in pre-game right now, so these numbers would appreciate it still if you shared today's stream for me right now, but those numbers really won't start calculating until the game starts. But hopefully we can take down the Cowboys report in that regard, because if we do not, we're doing tortilla slaps here tonight. It's something that they do here at Chat Sports. Very frequently they do these tortilla slaps, and we haven't really done them here on Bengals Breakdown. I've kind of been avoiding them. But basically, if we lose our Super Chat battle in each quarter, Chris will come in here and hit me with the tortilla in the face, tortilla slap. So help me out. Share today's video on social media for me once the game starts, because we're going to be tracking those metrics, and hopefully we don't get slapped too many times tonight. But that is what we are doing here on Bengals Breakdown tonight. Do want to get into our pregame show here in a moment, but we do have a super chat that came in, so we will pull that up really quickly. And then we will start talking about the game. We'll pull up our inactives here real quickly, who exactly is inactive for this game. I'm sure that is on Twitter by now at this point. I have not looked yet. But I do know that the Bengals, of course, are going to be without Orlando Brown Jr. in this game, as we mentioned at the top of the show once we came on live here at Bengals Breakdown. It's a big blow. He clearly didn't look right last week against Pittsburgh. But he needed to go out there because he understood that it was a do-or-die game for Cincinnati last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. He went out there. He gave it everything he had. Did he look like, himself out there? No, had a couple of critical false start penalties in that game. But you really got to respect Orlando Brown Jr. for going out there, giving it his all. I definitely think he's going to be a foundational piece here over the next couple of years. But unfortunately, just wasn't able to stay healthy this season like he had hoped for going in. He was really playing at an all-pro level there through the first couple of weeks there, holding down that left side. Really didn't have to worry about Joe Burrow getting hit from that side at all, but they are without him again tonight. Again, expect Cody Ford to kind of bump over to that spot. First super chat of the evening from Aunt Amy and the Rentrop family. Appreciate all you guys, of course, hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown, showing your support for me. It really does mean a lot. She says bottoms up. So what does that mean? Yep, first time tonight, we got to do our first Skyline chili shot here tonight. And look, I'm a big Skyline fan. But when you rip it straight out of the can, room temp, with no mustard, no onion, no hot dog, it's really not that pleasant. But here we go. First Skyline shot of the evening, courtesy of Aunt Amy. Appreciate the $10 super chat. Bottoms up. Here we go. Doesn't get any better. Really doesn't. It's the chunkiness of it. It's just, Not ideal, but we appreciate the $10 super chat. That will get you into our Bengals Santa hat raffle as I get that written down. That is 2 entries. By the way, if you're just joining us, $5 super chat gets you into our Bengals Santa hat raffle that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our stream. So if you send in a $10 super chat, not only is that a Skyline shot, it is also 2 entries into our raffle. So, Aunt Amy, I will get you and the fam in there for 2 entries. Appreciate your $10 super chat, as always, and your support of us here at Bengals Breakdown. Also, on top of Orlando Brown Jr., the Bengals are going to be without Sheldon Rankins again in this game. And that's kind of been a disappointing season for Sheldon Rankins, obviously. I think the Bengals brought him in free agency, right? Kind of to replace DJ Reader, which when you take a look at their contracts, Sheldon Rankins is actually getting paid more money by the Cincinnati Bengals than DJ Reader is of the Lions. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know, what goes on in these front offices, but a guy like me, that doesn't make any sense, right? DJ Reader was a great piece for you for several years here, and you brought in another guy to kind of fill that void that isn't as good, and you're paying him more money. So that really doesn't add up. But also don't want to just sit here and disrespect Sheldon Rankins because he hasn't been out there playing. He has missed several games, missed games at the beginning of the year with that hamstring injury, and then he has missed what? He missed a Charger game, and then Steeler game, and now this game, 3 games with this illness that he has. And look, I'm not going to sit here and try to, speculate in terms of what exactly is going on with his health. Again, I've said this throughout the week here. I'm a guy that gets sick probably 3-4 times a year. Trust me, it sucks. I totally get it, and I don't want to be coming after Sheldon Rankins at all. But it is interesting that it was an illness that he popped up on the injury report going into that Charger game. Then the Bengals had a bye the next week. Missed all that, and then missed the Steeler game, was still sick for that week. And now this week as well, he is sick for as well. So that is a 4-week illness. So, again, you're hoping and praying that everything's all right for him. Again, we don't really have a ton of details. Last I heard, it was just a typical illness. It wasn't anything that is absolutely crazy, but it does seem kind of like a long period of time to be without or to be missing games if you're Sheldon Rankins. But Bengals certainly could use him because now they've had to put 2 rookies out there, giving them a ton of meaningful snaps in Chris Jenkins Jr. and McKinley Jackson, who, by the way, have done a decent job for you. Chris Jenkins in particular. Defense, obviously, top to bottom, has not been good. But I think there has been a bright spot there in Chris Jenkins. I think he certainly could be a guy that you could lean on in the coming years because he will, of course, be going into year 2 in 2025. You're going to have him for 4 years. And, Joe Burrow talked about finding out who are the guys that they can count on going forward. Chris Jenkins could potentially be one of those guys. Again, young player, 2nd-round pick out of Michigan. We'll see if he can continue to progress the way that he hopes to do going forward here in 2024. So I'm going to be watching him tonight very closely. Again, the Cowboys are really going to be trying to run it with Rico Dowdle, who's coming off his best game of the year, who I think is a really good running back. Playing with the backup quarterback, of course, in Cooper Rush. That interior's got to step up and be ready to go without Sheldon Rankins once again in this football game. Charlie Jones, let's just pull this up here on the fly on Twitter. Charlie Jones was questionable all week. To be honest with you, I don't remember the last time he played. He's been out with that groin injury. Basically, he's limited. What the kind of theme has been is he's been limited in practice throughout the week. And then he's a game-time decision. Then he's eventually ruled out. So let's see if that is the case here tonight. And he is inactive once again. So pretty much same pattern we have seen from Charlie Jones. Shows up as a limited participant in practice. Then ultimately he is inactive yet again tonight. My guy Paul Dehner Jr. at The Athletic getting the Bengals inactives out there on Twitter. Dejon Anthony going to be inactive for this game. I believe that is a healthy scratch, so maybe we'll see Tyson Anderson perhaps get some reps at that defensive back spot, something we've kind of been calling for throughout the season. It'll be interesting to see who kind of fills that spot there in the DB room. No names really coming to mind to me at this point, so we'll keep an eye on that. Anthony, of course, if you don't remember, if you're a Bengals fan, really you know that Dejon Anthony was the guy week 2 against the Chiefs that had the pass interference on 4th and 16 or whatever it was that essentially, or not essentially, that lost them the game. Hasn't really done much beyond that for Cincinnati. Tanner McLachlan also inactive tonight. I believe he's only been active for one game this season. At that tight end spot, they've kind of been going to Cam Grandy, who's a practice squad guy, for a while at that tight end spot. I think offensively they're trying to get back doing some of the things that they did when Eric All Jr. was healthy. Remember how strong they started with him kind of in the run game, so many reps at that fullback position, also a threat, out in the receiving game, catching balls as well, running good routes out there. So maybe Cam Grandy can kind of develop into that role a little bit. Obviously, less talented than Eric All Jr., but kind of getting that aspect of their offense going again, I think certainly would be beneficial for this football team. And, of course, Sheldon Rankins is inactive again. And this is actually the 5th straight game that Charlie Jones has missed, and missed a lot of time last year as well. 4th-round pick, played at Iowa, played at Purdue. Don't want to call him a bust because of the good things that he can offer in the special teams department. Of course, he ran back a punt last year against Baltimore and ran back a kick earlier this year against Cleveland. So I think certainly has some upside in that department. But has he really done anything for you in the receiving game? He really hasn't. But, again, hasn't really been able to stay on the field either this season. So, again, the Bengals are going to be without him. We'll see where the Jermaine Burton experiment goes. I mean, that's kind of just been a whole roller coaster ride, to be completely honest with you. But, again, with Jones being inactive and Trent Irwin, of course, got waived Monday, you would think that a guy like Jermaine Burton's going to have more opportunities in this game. We'll see if that ends up being the case or not. All right. Let's get into some keys to victory here, as we are about 25 minutes away from kickoff here in Dallas. Key to victory number 1, very simple. Protect Joe Burrow. Look, the only way this season could get any worse, if you're the Bengals or you're a Bengals fan, is if something happens to that guy, number 9, if he gets hurt, right? Because, again, not mathematically eliminated, but you're basically, I think we all can say, Bengals are eliminated, essentially, from the playoffs at this point. Only way it could get worse is if something happens to that guy and he's not able to go week 1 of 2025. And, look, he's done a nice job this year, obviously, of staying healthy. He's as tough as they come. So it's not a lot of times you're worried he's probably a little bit too tough for his own good, right? And he says he's fine. He says he's all good. He's taking some wicked shots all year long. The wrist is fine. He's moving around better than I've ever seen him moved around. But that's really goal number 1 for you over these next 5 games. It's not win the next 5 games. It's literally get that guy through the next 5 games. And we've speculated, is there going to be a situation where Jake Browning gets the start at quarterback and you just rest Joe Burrow? Joe Burrow's not going to let that happen. Maybe your last game of the year against Pittsburgh, maybe. But, look, this is a guy that's a fierce competitor. This is a guy that's had football taken away from him in the past with injury. He's spoken about this at length. So, despite the fact that Cincinnati is essentially eliminated, he still wants to be out there competing because he has had football taken away from him in the past. 2 major significant injuries with the knee and the wrist, of course, last year. So when you don't have your left tackle, who you're paying the big bucks, is your highest paid guy on your offensive line, and you got to put Cody Ford and Cordell Volson probably out there at that left side of the left side of the offensive line, there's a lot of concerns that come with that, and rightfully so. And that to me is just key number 1 in this game. Obviously, Micah Parsons is an incredible player. He's going to be a tremendous challenge for the Cincinnati Bengals football team tonight. And you just hope that Joe Burrow is going to be able to get through these next 5 games. He's beat up like everybody in the league is beat up at this point. But avoiding serious injury is the main priority with that guy right now. Key to victory number 1 in this game, absolutely have to protect Joe Burrow because you're going to have to throw the ball in this game. That's just kind of the way it is. We'll see if the Bengals, once they do become mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. By the way, just it feels like I'm going to say that a million times tonight, so just bear with me through that. But I think that he just really has to be in a spot where he's protecting himself, and you might see Zac Taylor at some point kind of change up the way they're calling games. Even if they're in a spot where they're behind and they need to come back and drop back a million times, throw it around the yard to win, maybe you don't do that, trying to protect Joe Burrow, especially once you're eliminated from the playoffs here. Give a few more shout outs here before we move on. Metallica Dragon says Who Dey? Cincinnati 21, Cowboys 3. I love the optimism, Metallica Dragon, but I would be, I don't know if anything could possibly shock me more than the Bengals only giving up 3 points in this game. So, um, hope you're right. Hope they can go out there and compete, play better on defense. Some guys can step up, get pressure on the quarterback, something they haven't done since 2022 when I was in college. But we'll see. We'll see. I do like the optimism. And I think Cincinnati does find a way to win tonight, but not exactly sure that is going to be the score. Wait, what? Says, love the videos. Appreciate you. Wait, what? Appreciate the support. Basically, pretty much daily videos coming at you guys almost every single day here at the channel. Stished says, love your content. Go Bengals. I appreciate that. Means a lot. All the kind words in the comment section. Really do appreciate it. Bruce says it is his birthday. Bruce, happy birthday to you. Appreciate you. And hopefully the Bengals can get a victory for you. And trying our best here with these bots, by the way. Something we're always dealing with here at Bengals Breakdown. Try to remove them as we go, but unfortunately, that's just something that we have to deal with here at the channel, especially when I'm solo producing it. Makes it even a little bit more tricky, but we'll be all right. We'll bear through it, or we'll battle through it, rather, and yeah, we'll move on from that point. The Hunter says, cheers to another loss. Yeah, that's fair. I definitely get pessimism coming into this game. I think you should be optimistic that it's going to be an exciting game. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be a wild game. But, yeah, I think that's just kind of, I don't blame you at all if you have that mindset here right now. I got a $5 super chat from Desert Ranger Jesus. Says, for the block bocking. Appreciate you, Desert Ranger Jesus. Always a loyal member of what a viewer of what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown. Has won 3, I think, of our raffles here at this point. So we will get you in, Desert Ranger Jesus, giving away a Bengals Santa hat at the end of our show here today. So I will get you down, Jesus, into that raffle. I appreciate it. All right, key to victory number 2. Contain Rico Dowdle. Look, I think Rico Dowdle, it's been very obvious to me that he's been the best back Dallas has all season. I think for a while there was some stubbornness there with Ezekiel Elliott trying to get him the ball. Look, I think Zeke has done some tremendous things for the Dallas Cowboys. Fair to call him a Cowboys legend. They weren't, unfortunately for Zeke, able to capitalize and be a super, playoff contending type of team when he was in his prime. But like I said, Cowboys legend, but he's probably a little bit kind of past the mark here, as far as his career goes. So Rico Dowdle's been their best back. He's a problem, and he's a guy that Cincinnati's going to have to contain in this game. And I do have some confidence that they're going to be able to do that, by the way, because despite the fact that they couldn't stop Pittsburgh at all, Jesus, I see your comment. I will let you know when my boss says that it is headed your way. I don't think it has been shipped yet, so I would not panic on that front, Jesus. But in regards to Rico Dowdle, like I said, really tremendous player. Really had a breakout game for Dallas on Thanksgiving, and Cincinnati was able to do a decent job in the run game, stopping the run against Pittsburgh last week, despite the fact that they got absolutely blown out in that football game. And I'm kind of expecting them to have more of the same there when it comes to Rico Dowdle and stopping him on the ground as well. So that's going to be massive for Cincinnati in this football game, trying to find ways to stop Rico Dowdle because, of course, with a backup quarterback in Cooper Rush, that's going to be really imperative for Dallas in this game is to try to find, ways to make things a little bit easier on their quarterback, and I think you're going to see them go to Rico Dowdle a lot in this game. We do have another super chat that we will get to here. $5 super chat from my guy Scott. And somehow, let's reset this link here. So just bear with me as we do that. Looks like we got about over 100 people here hanging out with us, and we have 50 likes. So we're always going for that 50-50 like ratio between viewers and likes. We're a little bit under that, so help me out. Hit that thumbs up icon if you have not done so already. Let's see how many likes we can get on today's video. We got over 1,000 once. A couple of weeks ago, we really popped off, but you have an opportunity to always do that here with these primetime games. So hopefully we can chase some records here tonight. Get maybe 700, 800 likes. That'd be pretty cool. But we'll see. When you like our video, it does a lot of things for us. Allows us to make more content for you guys. Hopefully one day we will be able to go live here on the channel. Not when the Bengals play. A lot of our shows here at Chat Sports go live once or twice a week. That certainly is a goal of ours. But right now we're only going live on game days. If you do stuff like the video, that allows us to do that more in the future going forward. $5 super chat from Scott C. Scott, I will get you into our raffle here. Appreciate you for that, Scott. $5 super chat. Up to 55 likes here on the stream. Definitely think we can get to 100 before kickoff, which is, by the way, in 15 minutes. Tim says like, share, and sub. Appreciate that, Tim. Always something we are trying to do here to expand and grow our channel here at Bengals Breakdown. All right, looks like Jason Kelsey has picked the Bengals, as has Marcus Spears, as has Ryan Clark. Uh-oh. We'll see what Scott Van Pelt does here as well. I think so much is overblown about, when the people on TV, if they all up, Scott, well, we'll see if it's true or not, because they all picked the Cincinnati Bengals in this game, the 4-8 Bengals. I think they're probably, I don't have the volume on for them. Obviously, I'm talking to you guys, but I bet their reasoning is kind of similar to the reason I've picked the Bengals every single game this year. When you've got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, like, how do you not pick them, It's like, man, if the defense just gets, 4 stops, they're going to win. But unfortunately for Cincinnati, that hasn't been something that has happened this year. All right. Get back to our keys to victory here in a moment. Shinobi says he needs fantasy points from Joe Burrow, needs him to sling the rock. Yeah, I would have a lot of optimism when it comes to that. I do believe Trayvon Diggs is out this game for Dallas, and that certainly is a critical piece of their defense. So I don't know if really anything is stopping Joe Burrow at this point, even if you roll out an elite defense there on the other side. But definitely don't think this Dallas defense is elite. I'm expecting Cincinnati to score a lot of points. I think that's why you see the total as high as it is in this game, around that 50-point mark. That's really high for an NFL game, but I would say this is pretty much certainly going over because, again, I'm expecting Cooper Rush to have a big game. How can you not, given what this Bengals defense has done recently? So um, we'll see. But Cooper Rush did have by the way, if you remember a couple of years ago when the Bengals came to Jerry's World early in the season, they did lose to Cooper Rush before, and it was Joe Burrow playing quarterback for the Cincinnati Bengals. So we'll see if they can right the ship here tonight and kind of improve off that performance the last time that they were in this situation going against Cooper Rush. But it is kind of funny that it is once again Cooper Rush that they will be facing and not Dak Prescott. All right, key to victory number 3. Let's get Chase Brown going. And again, Bengals got Chase Brown going just fine last week. Had a couple of explosive runs, too, which is always something you want to see out of your running backs. I think Chase Brown, when you look at his yards per carry, is in a good spot there as well. But also you want to have that ability to break a run. And I think the Bengals have that in Chase Brown. He's got tremendous speed. And also he's really done a nice job improving in pass pro and has done a nice job. And I think that's why you've seen him. Also, the injury to Zach Moss, certainly a contributing factor. But Chase Brown's a guy that's out there for pretty much every snap. So at some point, the Bengals are going to need someone to kind of take that workload a little bit off the shoulders of Chase Brown. We'll see if Khalil Herbert develops into any kind of role here over these next 5 games or not. Herbert did have, I think they only gave it to him once last week against Pittsburgh, but it was a really nice run for Khalil Herbert. Herbert, of course, Bengals traded for him at the trade deadline in a trade with the Chicago Bears for a 7th-round pick. So I think at some point, you would think that Cincinnati is going to try to find more ways to get Khalil Herbert going in the run game. But Chase Brown has been tremendous for you. And I think, again, as you get more and more out of the playoffs here, I think you're going to limit the hits on Joe Burrow, and that's going to be, of course, sticking to the run and running the football a lot. Last week was a do-or-die game against Pittsburgh, and despite the fact they were running it well in the beginning of the game, they really couldn't afford to stick to it because they found themselves behind rather quickly because their defense just absolutely wasn't doing anything at all. Ian says Cincinnati will have to deal with Cooper Rush. Yeah, I think I'm not kidding. I think Cooper Rush is about to have the best game of his life here tonight and is going to make people think that, I'm not going to say make people think that he's a starting quarterback, but they're going to be looking at Cooper Rush like he's the best backup quarterback in the NFL. I think he's really going to absolutely go off tonight. How can you not think that? Bengals aren't going to hit him. They're not going to get pressure on him, and you got a 5th-rounder out there playing corner for you, and Josh Newton, and then on the other side, you got Cam Taylor-Britt, who's supposed to be your lockdown guy, who quite frankly isn't very good, and neither one of them are going to get any help from the safety. So if they get past the corner, it's a free shot to the end zone. And their linebackers aren't going to tackle anybody either. So you would think that Dallas is going to have a big game offensively tonight. It's going to be a shootout, but I certainly have been wrong multiple times in the past. I thought last week was not going to be a shootout. Thought, it was going to be an actual, AFC North style game, but obviously that is not what we saw. That is not what took place last week against the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, last key to victory here, and basically a point that I just made. Got to get guys on the ground. Look, this is a team that when they were going on their playoff runs, obviously, one, their defense was good, right? I think that was kind of a misunderstood aspect of those teams that went on those runs because Joe Burrow is playing better now, despite the 4th quarter. But overall, Joe Burrow is playing better now than he was during their 2 runs to the AFC Championship. But they were winning games because of that defense. And part of the reason, there was a lot of reasons that defense was better than this defense. This defense basically does everything wrong. But they also were really good at getting guys on the ground, a really good tackling football team. They've been decent in spots at this. They started out the season really bad in the tackling department. Then there were a few games there in the middle. If you think about the Giants win and the Browns win, those were low-scoring games. I thought the Bengals did a tremendous job of tackling in those games. Obviously, we went against bad offenses in those games, but it's going to be important to get guys on the ground here on Monday night. Because like I said, they're going to be trying to run the football. You've had some success stopping the run, but if you let Rico Dowdle just break tackles all night long, it's going to be an issue. You don't have Logan Wilson again at that linebacker spot. He is done for the year, so you're also trying to figure out who's going to be a guy you can count on at that linebacker position. Akeem Davis-Gaither was your guy last week. I expect him to get the start again tonight for Cincinnati at that linebacker spot, but he was bad last week. He was terrible, actually. And, he's a guy that was a really good special teams piece for you the past couple of years. He's a captain on your football team. And I think people expected him to play a lot better than he did last week, but he was not, a productive player for you at all against Pittsburgh last week. Also, you've got Shaka Hayward, who I'm kind of excited about, by the way, getting called up from the practice squad this week. Signed to the active roster. He was signed to the active roster when Trenton Irwin got waived on Monday, I believe that was. So Shaka Hayward is a guy that has been on your practice squad the past 2 seasons, 2023 and 2024. Undrafted guy out of Duke. I think a lot of people expected him to make the active roster going into the season, the original 53-man roster. But Mumajong Maeda at that linebacker position, undrafted guy out of Wisconsin, kind of took the bull by the horns and really didn't leave the coaches with a choice. He essentially, giving how he played in the preseason, it was a no-brainer that you had to put him on the roster. But I do think Shaka Hayward can offer you a little bit more from a speed perspective. And I think that's something that Logan Wilson kind of lacked this season. When Logan Wilson was at his peak of his performance, he was flying around making plays out there. And I kind of wonder if maybe that knee injury that ultimately resulted in him going on IR to end his season, if that had been something that was lingering for Logan Wilson for a while, because he just did not seem like he was moving around at the speed that we are accustomed to seeing Logan Wilson move around here this season. Again, Wilson, I think the expectations for him are so high because of the contract and because we've seen him play so good in the past. Past 2 seasons really haven't been his best, but you take him out of the equation last week, and things went absolutely sideways on you at that linebacker position. So we'll see. Bengals going to be without Logan Wilson once again, obviously, in this game, and we'll see if somebody steps up. And it does look like Trayvon Diggs is dressed and will play, so I was not anticipating him playing in this football game, but he is in uniform, so I would assume that he is going to be out there for Dallas. Jesus says, I want to see Meta out there, or I assume, Jong Meta, Mumajong Meta out there. Hopefully he can bring some pass rush. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point you got to just try stuff. Like, I want to be at a point tonight where something happens and I got to go, oh, who was that? Let me double check who that was exactly. Because that's, I don't think we should just be rolling out the same guys that they've been rolling out all year, because clearly that is not working. And it really couldn't be any worse than it is for you right now defensively. So I would like to see some new guys get an opportunity out there. You got to throw the young guys into the fire. That's what you saw last week with Josh Newton. It's hard to be hard on Newton, right? He's a 5th-round pick. It's not like he was a 1st or 2nd-round pick there at that corner spot. Come into the league and play corner as a rookie is tough. It's not like you're playing, running back or something. And, it's difficult to be able to do that. And I think he certainly struggled last week against Pittsburgh. We'll see what his matchup looks like tonight, whether it's, Jalen Tolbert, Brandon Cooks. Hopefully he's not matched up with CeeDee Lamb a ton in this game. But then again, do you feel good about Cam Taylor-Britt on CeeDee Lamb? No, you don't. So we'll see. But I think CeeDee Lamb's certainly going to be a guy that's going to cause all types of issues for you here tonight. And we'll see if Josh Newton can progress a little bit. Again, you can't kill him for what he did last week. He was great for you against the Chargers. Big reason why you were able to stick around and should have won that game. If Josh Newton comes in there and plays like a rookie after DJ Turner gets hurt, you don't even have a chance to come back and win that game. So I think you saw some good things from him in that game. There's reason to be optimistic. He says all the right things. You think he's wired the right way. And hopefully he has a bounce-back game tonight against Dallas and can do some good things for Lou Anarumo's unit. Michael Easterwood says, Hooday, appreciate you stopping by. Again, Michael, one of the regulars here at Bengals Breakdown. Looks like we got some Mahomes, Burrow talk in the comment section. Look, here's where I'll make a comment on this. We were talking about it in our fantasy chat last night. Patrick Mahomes is unbelievable. You don't have to like him. And you don't have to say he's playing good football this year. Well, He's playing good football, but he's not playing elite football. Who's playing better this year, Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow? Joe Burrow. Patrick Mahomes has one loss. Now, I get it. The quarterback can't go out there and win the game. You put Joe Burrow on the Chiefs this year, they're probably not going to lose, right? But at the same time, I know it's frustrating for Bengals fans that, Mahomes is having this success. The more championships they win, the more frustrating it is because you're like, because for a while there, you were thinking Burrow's going to outplay Mahomes. He's going to get more trophies than Mahomes. It's going to be awesome. And now if Kansas City keeps winning, you're sitting there and it's like, well, now it's 3-0, and it very well could be 4-0 after this year when it comes to Super Bowl championships. So I get that is frustrating. But some of the plays that Mahomes made at the end of that game last night, you kidding me? The 3rd and 10, I'm talking about the last drive here, when they were just able to work the clock beautifully, like only Andy Reid seemingly can. And, the play that he had over the middle, stepping up in the pocket, avoiding the rush, finding Xavier Worthy first down, and then obviously the last play to Kelsey. Nobody really besides, I think Joe Burrow certainly can make those plays, but nobody outside of him, maybe Josh Allen, are making those kinds of plays. Those should have been 2 sacks, and he finds a way to get out, find an open guy down the field, and ultimately win the game. So, moral of the story is you don't have to like Patrick Mahomes, but the guy's unbelievable. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for where they're at right now as far as their record. He's not playing great. He's throwing interceptions, sure, but he's making the plays at the end of the game to win the football games, and that ultimately is what it comes down to. So hopefully the Bengals can work their way back into that category. That's kind of what I was hoping for. Like, you beat Pittsburgh, you go on a run, you sneak in, you play Kansas City first. They're shaking in their boots because nobody want to play Cincinnati in the first round, even here at 4-8. Nobody wants to play this team in the first round, give them what they can do offensively. You're just holding on to some hope that if this defense gets a couple of stops, they could be unbelievable. But can't get a couple of stops, unfortunately, so far. All right, about 320-some people in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up icon for us. Have 68 likes. I think we 100% can get to 100, rather, before the night ends, or before the pregame ends, before the game starts, I should say. So help us out. Hit that thumbs up icon. We'll also go to our super chat menu here one last time before kick. Get those score predictions into the comments section. Bengals and Cowboys. I'm going to say I'll go 30-27 Cincinnati. That's what I'll say. I think it's going to be high scoring. If you're a gambler, I'm taking the over. I'm taking the more than if we're talking like PrizePicks here. But regardless, I think there's going to be a lot of points scored in this football game. I think Cooper Rush is going to have a big game. And I think Joe Burrow is once again as well. And I think with a big game tonight, Joe Burrow essentially cements himself as the comeback player of the year. Certainly there's 4 games beyond the game tonight, but he wins tonight, especially given the struggles of Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. He's really the only other guy off the top of my head that you could think about giving it to. So I think with a good game tonight, Burrow kind of runs away with that award. Jesus says 27-21 Cincinnati. I hope this team can hold them to 21 points, but we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if that is possible. Looks like Cincinnati is going to get the football first here to start this game. Get those Who Days in the comment section. Get fired up. Cincinnati and Dallas Monday Night Football. Still plenty to play for. Still plenty of reason to be. Give it all you got in this football game. Absolutely a ton to play for still, even though it is kind of a mid-off at this point between the Bengals and the Dallas Cowboys. Again, Cincinnati going to get the ball first. Brandon Aubrey will kick it off for Dallas. And we'll see. That's one thing about this Bengals team. You tune in expecting pain, but it's going to be entertaining. I can promise you that. They're not going to deliver a clunker for you. There's going to be some crazy stuff that happens in this game. We'll see if they can go down and score first. The kick from Aubrey is away, and it goes over the head of Khalil Herbert. It will be a touchback. Joe Burrow wants to start out on the right hash, and we'll see this Bengals offense for the first time tonight. All right. See, we got two tight ends out here on the field for Cincinnati. It's going to be Cam Grandy and Drew Sample. That will be out there here for Cincinnati to start this game. Chase Brown is the running back. Burrow takes the snap. Quick pass to Jamar Chase. A little wide receiver screen there in the flat. And he picks up about 3 yards there on first down. So love the play call there from Zac Taylor. If you've listened to me much in the past, you understand that I want to get Jamar Chase the ball early in games. Big believer, you got to get your star players the ball early to get them into the flow of the game. First play goes to Jamar Chase, goes for 3 yards, and Bengals have a 2nd and 7 opportunity here. Cody Ford, by the way, does get the start at left tackle in place of the injured Orlando Brown Jr. I formation here. Burrow fakes the pitch, running out of time, dumps it off to his tight end, Drew Sample, and absolutely nothing doing there. DeMarvion Overshown, star linebacker for the Dallas Cowboys. If you don't know his name, you certainly will learn about him soon. He is one of their best players on defense. Does a tremendous job complimenting Micah Parsons. Overshown played his college ball at Texas. He's got some incredible speed there at that linebacker position. Makes a great play on Drew Sample. Only a pickup of 1. And here we go. First drive, and immediately Bengals faced with a 3rd down. What you going to do here, Zac Taylor? 3rd and 6. 5 seconds to go on the play clock. Bengals got to hurry. Burrow wants to snap. Looks like a little confusion here from Cincinnati. Here comes a blitz from Dallas. Burrow gets it out quickly. Intended for T. Higgins. Pass is incomplete. Trayvon Diggs in coverage was able to break it up. And Cincinnati goes 3 and out to start this game here on Monday night. Not exactly sure if Diggs was able to get a hand on that ball, but it was great coverage by the former Alabama standout. And Burrow did what he had to do there. I think the offensive line did a nice job of picking up that blitz to an extent. Burrow got rid of it quickly, but a nice play, a great play there by Trayvon Diggs. Results in a 3 and out for Cincinnati. Here's the punt from Ryan Rico, and the ever-dangerous Kevontae Turpin is back to receive, and he's got it, and he's got some space, and he takes off. Man, that guy can absolutely fly. Gets it out to the 40-yard line, and he can hit the accelerator quickly. It wasn't a very long return there from Turpin, but he got that from point A to B in a hurry there, and Dallas is going to get really good field position here on their first drive of the game. All right, what is this Cincinnati Bengals defense going to do? They'll go under center here. Cooper Rush, of course, playing quarterback for Dallas, and they'll hand it to Rico Dowdle. And the interior of the Bengals defensive line does a nice job there on the opening play. McKinley Jackson and Chris Jenkins Jr. in on the stop. Your 2 rookies, 2nd and 3rd round picks respectively. Both getting the start tonight. B.J. Hill, I don't know if I saw B.J. Hill out there on the field. Unless I am missing something here. Oh, there he is. All right, so I guess they have McKinley Jackson in for one play, but B.J. Hill is back in. Regardless, they hand it off to Dowdle again. He's got some space, and he does get tackled short of the line to gain. Wow, the safeties made a play. Geno Stone and Jordan Battle. Battle once again getting the start over Von Bell at that strong safety position. It will be 3rd and a long 1 here for Dallas. Type those 3s for us into the comments section. This is Trey Hendrickson's down here typically. Had a quiet game last week against Pittsburgh. See if we'll be calling Trey Hendrickson's name much here tonight. And play action here from Rush, and fires over the middle. Pass is caught. A wide open tight end. Tackle made on the play by Jordan Battle, and just like that, Dallas is into Cincinnati territory. Luke Schoonmaker makes the catch for the Cowboys. I think the Cincinnati defense thought it was going to be 3 plays, 3 runs there. Everybody bit on the play fake. And Cooper Rush was just able to roll out to his right and really survey that Bengals defense. Easy pitch and catch. Finds his tight end for a big gain. 1st and 10, Dallas at the Cincinnati 38. Rush takes the snap, looks right, fires right. He's got CeeDee Lamb for the first time tonight. Mike Hilton in coverage. Only a pickup of about 4 there on that play. Not the end of the world there, but again, McCarthy, similar to Zac Taylor, trying to get the ball into CeeDee Lamb's hands early, finds him on the first drive for Dallas. Here we go. Is this Cincinnati Bengals defense going to do anything productive for you tonight? Again, going against a backup quarterback here in Cooper Rush. Rush in the gun, fakes the pitch to Dowdle, goes down the sideline, wants CeeDee Lamb again, and he's got him. Into the Cincinnati red zone, Marco Wilson in coverage on the play. Bengals got him from the New England Patriots, signed him off their practice squad. Marco Wilson, of course, famously, when he played his collegiate ball at Florida, chucked a shoe at the end of the LSU game that resulted in an unsportsmanlike penalty, and LSU went on to win the football game. Marco Wilson now a Cincinnati Bengal, first time we have called his name since he has joined the squad. Rush takes the snap here on 1st and 10 and tries to draw up a screen there to Rico Dowdle and just absolutely missed him. Terrible throw there by Cooper Rush. Nice job by the Bengals applying some pressure, kind of getting in Rush's grill there. First incompletion of the night for Rush, and it'll be 2nd and 10 here for Dallas. Remember, we are in that share battle with our Cowboys report here, and that officially has started. And we're going to be tracking each quarter here. They hand it off to Rico Dowdle here on 2nd and 10. Big pickup for Rico. Pickup of about 8 there on the ground, right through the heart of that Cincinnati Bengals defense, but they will force a 3rd down. Type those 3s for us into the comments section. See if Cincinnati can get off the field here and force a field goal attempt. 3rd and 2. Dowdle is the back once again in the game for Dallas. And they'll hand it to him, and he'll try to go up the middle. Makes a spin move, but gets tackled by DJ Ivey. Only a pickup of about 1. And Cincinnati forces a 4th down. Decision time here for Mike McCarthy. Will he take the points or go for it here on 4th and 1? And it looks like McCarthy's going to go here on 4th down. Obviously, he knows what he is up against with Joe Burrow on the other sideline. Doesn't feel as though field goals are going to give them an opportunity to win this football game. He's keeping his offense out on the field. The analytics do say to go here in this situation. Shot clock is at 8. Will they snap it or just try to draw Cincinnati offside? They will snap it. Rush looking, firing towards the end zone. Wide open. CeeDee Lamb, touchdown Dallas. Josh Newton, the rookie, appears to get beat once again. And Dallas strikes first here on Monday night. Wide open in the back of the end zone. Actually, Mike Hilton was closest to CeeDee Lamb on that play. I'm sure that is a blown assignment by somebody because he was just way too wide open there on 4th down. So a gutsy decision there by McCarthy to go for it, and it pays off. They put it in Cooper Rush's hands, and he makes Cincinnati pay on 4th and 1 with a touchdown pass. More the same here for this Bengals defense to start this game. The extra point from Aubrey is good. The Bengals, once again, find themselves down 7-0. Got to give McCarthy credit there, going for it. But like I said, he just understands that going against Joe Burrow, you don't really want to be kicking field goals. It was only 4th and 1. Thought maybe they would try to run it, but they trusted Cooper Rush. and made the Bengals defense look silly. Not exactly sure if that is a Mike Hilton blown assignment or what, but he was the closest man to CeeDee on the play. J-Man says the whole secondary is gone. We've talked about before that you literally might just have to blow up this defense this offseason. That's a real possibility. So, look, I don't disagree with you, J-Man. That very well could be what you have to do here this offseason. Again, live, not exactly sure, able to diagnose what went wrong there defensively. All I know is CeeDee Lamb, the best player on the field for Dallas, was running around in the end zone with nobody near him, and that's a problem. It's an issue if you're the Cincinnati Bengals. So whatever it is, certainly has to get corrected. Not sure if Mike Hilton just got cooked or if CeeDee Lamb was supposed to get passed off to someone else and there was a blown assignment or whatever the case, but that was way too easy. Way too easy there on 4th down. Michael Easterwood says blow it up. Yeah, I'm not. Look, yeah. You keep Trey Hendrickson. Got Logan Wilson and Pratt still under contract, I believe. So keep them and just get rid of everybody else. J-Man says the Geno Stone experiment did not go well. No, not well at all. In fact, I'd go as far as to say it was a disaster bringing in Geno Stone, and I was excited coming into the year because of what he did against Cincinnati when he was playing for Baltimore, but he hasn't done anything productive for you this season. And Lou Anarumo said they're sticking with him. He was fine to pull Von Bell for Jordan Battle, but for whatever reason they refused to move off Geno Stone and at least give someone else an opportunity there at that safety spot. Maybe it's because of the contract they're paying him, which isn't a ton. I think 2 years, $14 million, but I don't know if that's exactly a front office decision to keep rolling with him or what. But yeah, disaster. The Geno Stone experiment, no doubt. And here is Khalil Herbert in the end zone, and he runs out of the end zone, so it will be a touchback. And yeah, no, that is just Mike Hilton getting absolutely cooked by CeeDee Lamb. Now, I think in that spot, they're probably thinking they're better off putting Hilton on CeeDee Lamb than the rookie Josh Newton. Also, Lamb was lined up in the slot, which, of course, Hilton at that nickel position typically is lined up in the slot. But that's not miscommunication. That's not anything. That's just putting CeeDee Lamb in a one-on-one situation there. And Mike Hilton getting absolutely cooked. 1st and 10, the Bengals will run it up the middle with Chase Brown. Pickup of 1, 2nd and long coming up here. Pickup of 3, actually. They're going 3, so it'll be a 2nd and 7 opportunity here. And just like that, sense of urgency skyrockets here. You're down 7-0, 5 minutes into the game. And you got to make something happen. We will update the scoreboard here. Apologies, did not do that during the break. Here's Burrow in the gun, and I thought he got Micah Parsons to jump off sides. Dallas thinks it's false start on Amarius Mims. I thought Micah jumped here. And yeah, they're going to get Micah there. Nice job by Amarius Mims. Getting matched up with one of the best defensive players in the National Football League. Gets him to jump off sides. Great stuff there by Amarius Mims, who, by the way, been a real bright spot for you. I think, we've really beat up this Bengals front office as we should as far as their drafting this year and in recent years. But Marius Mims is a hit there at that right tackle spot. Really a big fan of him. All right, Bengals will now operate in the pistol, 2nd and 2. Cowboys leading 7-0 here on Monday night. Burrow takes the snap, running out of time, and he somehow gets it off. Oh, my goodness, Joe Burrow. Chase Brown's got it and gets past the 50-yard line. I thought for sure that was going to be a sack. And Burrow somehow gets rid of this football and takes a massive shot here in the process. Dallas brought some pressure there. Burrow was running out of time and just kind of shot puts it there to the running back, Chase Brown. Shot actually wasn't quite as bad as I thought. Micah Parsons wisely kind of let up there on the tackle, but regardless, it is a first down for Cincinnati, and they've got it in Cowboys territory. That's just Joey Burrow being unbelievable there for Cincinnati. Here he is, and they'll run a reverse here with Jamar Chase. Gets to the outside. He's got some space, stiff arm down the sideline, and a first down for Cincinnati. Type in those ones for us in the comment section. Pickup of about 12. Love the play calling here to start from Zac Taylor. Got to find creative ways to get him the football, and just absolutely stiff arms the safety Donovan Wilson there on that play. Sends him right to the turf. And nice pickup there on first down by Cincinnati. Just past the halfway point here in the first quarter. 6.5 minutes to go. Burrow play action. We'll dump it off to the running back, Chase Brown. Set up a little screen here. Nice gain there on first down. Tackle made on the play by Osa Odigizua. But there's going to be a hold on Cincinnati, and this puppy is coming back. And they're going to get the rookie, Amarius Mims, right after I was saying all those good things about him. A little hold here on Micah Parsons. Hard to blame. This is a rookie getting matched up with Micah Parsons. Very clear hold there. I think Burrow knew it as well. And it'll be a 1st and 20 situation here for Cincinnati. They'll run it here on 1st and 20 with Chase Brown out of the gun right up the middle. Fights for some extra yardage there, but is only going to pick up about 4. 2nd and long coming up here. And they'll quick snap it here, 2nd and 16, and Burrow, that looked really ugly there for a second. And Burrow just kind of throws it into the ground there. Dallas wants intentional grounding. That's what I originally thought it was going to be, and the flag comes in late. Joe Burrow is not happy about it. He thought there was someone in the area, and it's going to be 3rd and a country mile here. And Joe Burrow is animated here, talking to the official. I think just some of the frustration of the entire season is just kind of boiling over here for Burrow. You rarely see him get that animated at a referee. And we'll take another look at this. I didn't think anybody was in the area. Joe Burrow certainly did here. And that could have been really ugly, just the way he was getting thrown to the ground there. Bengals kind of went with a quick snap here as they were trying to get – oh, that's what Burrow was talking about. They were trying to get 12 men on the football field. I was wondering why they snapped it so fast. And regardless, it'll be 2nd and 16 here. Burrow takes the snap and he'll throw to the sideline. He's got Jamar Chase. Big pickup. It'll be close to the line to gain. 3rd and short. Not exactly sure what went down on that play. I think maybe they did catch them with 12 guys on the field because it was only 2nd and 16 going into the play. I think that's what Burrow was talking about there. Did not look like Dallas got their 12th man substituted off the field in time. That's why Burrow went with the quick snap there. But regardless here, it's 3rd and 2. 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Burrow in the empty set. Dallas once again brings pressure. Quick pass. Slant over the middle to Chase Brown. He's got the first down into the PrizePicks red zone. Type those ones for us into the comment section here as we get under the 5-minute mark here in the first quarter. Great job there on 3rd down. You want to blitz Joe Burrow, you better get home quickly because he's going to get the ball out quickly and he's going to find someone. That's exactly what he did there. Wide open Chase Brown coming across the middle there on a slant route. Burrow puts it right on the money. Again, Bengals have it in the PrizePicks red zone. Burrow takes the snap, pumps right, fires deep in the end zone. Oh, drops it right in the bucket. But Chase Brown cannot hang on. It looked like a beautiful pass here. Deron Bland in coverage after he missed the first several games of this season, the first chunk of this season for Dallas with an injury. Pump fake to Jamar there in the flat. And incredible play there by Deron Bland. It was going to be right in the bucket, but he gets his right hand on that football and breaks it down. So nice PBU for Bland. Good throw there by Burrow. Just a better play by the Dallas corner. Nothing Chase Brown could have done about that one. 2nd and 10. Khalil Herbert goes in motion. Dallas again brings pressure. Burrow gets rid of it quickly. He's got Chase, who drops it. Bass was a little bit behind him. Not Burrow's best toss there to Jamar. But it's going to be 3rd and 10 here for the Bengals. Certainly a catch that Jamar Chase typically makes, not able to haul it in there on 2nd down. 3rd and 10 here for Cincinnati. Burrow's got to hurry. 3 seconds to go here on the shot clock. Just barely gets it off. Dallas brings 4. Burrow maneuvering to his right. He's got T. Higgins. 1st down Bengals. Higgins fighting for extra yardage, and it takes 3 Dallas Cowboys to get him on the ground. But it's a 1st down for the Bengals down at the Dallas 6-yard line. Type in those ones. 1st and goal coming up. Burrow's so dangerous when he can get outside the pocket and make some things happen. Does a great job of stepping up, then rolling to his right. The Marvin Overshone was in pursuit, but not able to get home quick enough before Burrow found Higgins. 1st down, Cincinnati. Back to the pistol they go at the 6-yard line. Here comes Yoshi in motion. Burrow takes the snap. They'll hand it off to Chase Brown, and he gets met immediately at the line of scrimmage. Maybe a pickup of 1. Chauncey Golston there on the stop for Dallas. 2nd and goal coming up here. 3 minutes to go. Second and goal at the Dallas 5. Burrow in the gun. Got 3 wide receivers lined up along with a tight end. Burrow looking right, going to Chase all along. He's got him in the end zone. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Burrow looked right. He wanted Chase all along, and he found him before Chase even turned his head around. And Cincinnati's an extra point away from tying this baby up. You put Jamar Chase in a one-on-one situation, there's just absolutely no doubt where Joe Burrow is going with the football. Dallas trusted Deron Bland there on that play, one-on-one with Uno, but the reality is I don't know if anybody can go one-on-one with that guy. Right there at that front right pylon, Burrow puts it on the money. And here is Cade York. Evan McPherson is injured for the extra point, and he just barely makes it, but there is a flag. I thought he hooked that for a moment there. And they're going to call a delay of game here on Cincinnati. So York is going to have to kick it again. Cade York signed to the roster. Evan McPherson on IR. Was originally signed to the practice squad, Cade York, of course, and was elevated today. And Cade York's girlfriend is actually a cheerleader for the Dallas Cowboys, so he's probably all types of nervous here at this moment. York was Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase's kicker at LSU in the national championship in 2019. Here's the kick from York, and he drills it, this time right down the middle, and we are all tied here in Dallas, 7-7. Beautiful response there by Cincinnati after the score from Dallas on their first possession. All right, so they will go to break, and that gives us a good opportunity to give a shout out to our friends over at PrizePicks. Today's live stream watch party is, of course, presented by PrizePicks. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least two players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. Make your holidays bigger and brighter with PrizePicks, the best place to get real money sports action while watching your favorite sports. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the flex play over at PrizePicks, and this is what we are rolling with. Tom Downey of the Cowboys Report put this PrizePicks slate together for us here tonight, going with the more than on CeeDee Lamb, receiving yards over 70 or more than 70 and a half receiving yards, which that's probably a good idea considering what went down there on that first drive for the Cincinnati Bengals. Mike Hilton just getting absolutely cooked there on that touchdown play. Also going with the more than on Chase Brown rushing yards. Not off to the best start here through a quarter or so here so far. Also going with the more than on Rico Dowdle rushing yards as well. So download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, make sure you guys continue to hit that thumbs up icon. Yes, the bots. I see them. What we're dealing with here at Bengals Breakdown, and I'm solo producing, so I apologize. Makes it a little more difficult to do on the fly without a producer. So I apologize. It's just kind of what we are dealing with here at this point. Michael Easter wants the super chat menu. Michael Easterwood, I can do that for you. Giving away a Bengals Santa hat here at the end of our stream. So far, let's see. What do we got here? We got Aunt Amy and Jesus and Scott C. are all in contention for that. Going to be giving away a Santa hat here at the end of our stream. 1st and 10, Dallas will run it with Rico Dowdle. Pickup of about 3 there on the ground. 2nd and 7 coming up. $10. Skyline Chili Shot. Those are back. Did them there at the beginning of the season. We're bringing it back here tonight. $10. We will do a Skyline Chili Shot. $20. Get you into our Jungle Club 2.0. Hopefully going to be giving away a Bengals full-size helmet at the end of the year. But certainly got to get the Super Chat numbers up in order for that to happen. That is coming from the bosses there in that regard. But I got faith that we can make that happen. Quick pass here on 2nd and 7 to CeeDee Lamb, and he breaks several tackles, and he's bringing it back the other way, and CeeDee Lamb's got the sideline, and he's got a lot of space to work with. Finally brought down at the Cincinnati 25 by Mike Hilton. Great job by CeeDee Lamb reversing field there for Dallas. I believe that was Akeem Davis-Gaither or Jermaine Pratt that missed the tackle there. It was one of the linebackers. Play was designed for him to go out to the right. He breaks the tackle and comes all the way back to the left, and it was Jermaine Pratt, which is a pitiful effort there, trying to bring him down, and just goes against the grain. Geno Stone not offering much there, and Mike Hilton, luckily, and Akeem Davis-Gaither were able to track him down before he scored, but very nearly back in the Cincinnati red zone. first down Dallas. And again, CeeDee dealing with that shoulder injury, so he appeared to be a little shaken up after the hit. Rush will throw it deep here, and it looked like a little miscommunication with his receiver. Receiver fell down on the route. CTB was in coverage, but regardless, it will be an incompletion there for Dallas. 2nd and 10 coming up there for Cincinnati. Ryan Flournoy was the intended target, and CeeDee did come off the field for that play after the big run, but now he is back on the field in the slot, once again matched up with Mike Hilton. Rico Dowdle's got a seam, breaks a couple of tackles as well, and it's going to be a big pickup for Dallas on first down into the PrizePicks red zone once again. Great blocking there by the Cowboys offensive line. And the rookies kind of got beat up front there. Chris Jenkins Jr., not his best rep on that first down play. They'll run it again with Dowdle. And this time Cincinnati is ready for it. Sam Hubbard tackles him right at the line of scrimmage along with Akeem Davis-Gaither. Or Joseph Osai, I should say, his fellow edge rusher in on the stop. And I believe that'll be the last play of the first quarter. They'll line up as if they're going to run another play here. 5 seconds to go here on the clock. 2nd and 10. And they will not snap it. So we have played one here in Dallas. And it appears as though we have a shootout on our hands. Only 7-7 right now, but Dallas probably going to score here again, I would assume. Given what happens with Cincinnati typically on that side of the football. But we do have a $5 super chat from Michael Easterwood. We will get you into our raffle there, Michael. I will let you know when I know from my boss about your slippers. Michael, I will send you an email once you can expect those. Same with Jesus and his speaker. I've not heard yet from my boss when that's going to be happening, but it will be happening here very, very soon. But I appreciate the $5 super chat, Michael, and we will be giving away a Santa hat at the end of our stream here this evening. And Chris is coming in here, and he's got a tortilla in hand. So that tells me that our share battle there in the first quarter did not go our way. Is that correct, Chris? It did not go our way. So this is my first time getting the chat sports treatment here with the tortilla slab. Which way are we going? What cheek are we going here?
I could go left-handed if you want. Maybe
mic up?
You can take a headset off. I'll go right cheek.
All right, here we go. This is the first time we're experiencing this here. First tortilla slap in my tenure here at Chat Sports. Chris going to do the honors here. You took it easy on me. Yeah, we got to do better in the second, third, and fourth quarters. What's up, Chris?
Share the video, man.
Yeah, we got to.
Yeah. Stone's gonna get slapped 3 more times.
There we go. Yeah, make sure we share the video. I think Chris took it easy on me there, so I'm giving him permission to go a little harder the next time. But yeah, you're right. It does sting. You got another comment here?
I'm gonna leave the tortilla in here because I have no faith.
Oh,
I have no faith. Just like the Bengals defense.
Oh man.
Share the video.
You heard Chris. Got to get the shares numbers up. Absolutely. And we'll see. Hopefully we can make some positive things happen here in the second quarter for us. But, yeah, it wasn't too bad. A little stinger. Do have sensitive skin, so it's probably going to be red for a little bit. But regardless, make sure you share that video for us on social media. Do have another super chat that we will get to here in a moment. Once this loads here. And it is from Martin. We'll get to that in a second. 2nd and 10 here for Dallas. Rush is in the gun, and he fires! Intercepted! Picked off by Cincinnati. Geno Stone's got it. I don't see any flags here. Looked like the receiver fell down on the route. And this thing is coming back the other way for Cincinnati. Right place at the right time for Geno Stone. He finally makes a play for this Bengals defense. His second interception of the season. It actually hit Cam Taylor-Britt right in the chest. CTB wasn't able to haul it in, and in came Geno Stone to pick it off. Of course, all turnovers are reviewed, so we will see if Stone indeed was able to secure it. And Jordan Battle just kind of ran into CeeDee Lamb there. And there is no flag. And obviously, Cooper Rush was expecting CeeDee to be in a place that he wasn't because he ran into Jordan Battle. And Geno Stone was there to haul it in after the deflection. And it does look like it is an interception. It's 1st and 10. Coming back the other way for Cincinnati. They are, of course, taking a look at this. I mean, the ball does make contact with the ground, but Geno Stone very clearly has possession of it, and it looks like it is going to indeed be a turnover. And Burrow calling for Higgins to come in motion, and he does with 8 seconds to go on the play clock. 1st and 10, Cincinnati at their own 4. They'll hand it to Khalil Herbert here. First time he has gotten a handoff here this evening, and he gets about 3 there on the ground. All right. $10 super chat from Martin. Says, Houday Ralphie. I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what that means, but it is a skyline shot. So we will be doing that here when we get a break in the action. Appreciate the $10 super chat from you, Martin. Burrow fires over the middle. He's got his tight end, Drew Sample, who goes down after a pickup of 13. Type those ones for us into the comments section. All right, we'll update the clock here. We, of course, are in the second quarter. Make sure you share today's video for me so I don't continue to get slapped. Nice job there by Cordell Volson picking up that pressure. Volson has, of course, got benched last week. Did a nice job there picking up that pressure there from Dallas. Bengals once again in the pistol. Here comes Jamar in motion. They will hand it off to Chase Brown, who hits the hole hard, following Cody Ford there on that left side, and he gets about half of it. 2nd and medium coming up for Cincinnati. And by the way, we are going to be doing wheel spins as well every time the Cowboys score a touchdown. Forgot to do that after their first one, so I'll explain what I mean in a moment. Got plenty to discuss during our next commercial break. Second and 5. 12 minutes and change here to go in the second quarter. Burrow, play action. Takes a deep drop, fires over the middle. He's got Jamar, who's down the sideline. Nice pickup there on 2nd and 5 for the Bengals. Jamar Chase proving that he is the best wide receiver in the National Football League. Yeah, I said it. Yeah, I mean, he gets matched up with a linebacker there. And Kendricks, no-brainer for Joe Burrow to give it to Uno in that situation. First and 10, 12 minutes to go here in the first half. See if the Bengals can capitalize after a turnover. Screen pass to Khalil Herbert. And he makes a guy miss and picks up 7 or 8 yards down the sideline. This is the most action we've seen Khalil Herbert get since he was traded for. at the trade deadline. Obviously, it takes a little bit of time to get up to speed as far as the offense goes. And I think Zac Taylor did certainly want to make it a point that, hey, Chase Brown's been really good for us, but he's been taking so much punishment out there on the football field. Got to take some of the load off of him. And I think that's what you're seeing here with Khalil Herbert getting a lot of reps. 2nd and 3, Herbert stays in the game at running back. And they will give it to Herbert once again, and this play is going absolutely nowhere. Hendricks, the running back, in on the stop. Not a real physical run there by Herbert. Yeah, runs into his own buddy, actually. Cody Ford just runs right into the backside of the Bengals left tackle and just goes straight to the ground. So not a good play at all. In fact, it's a pretty embarrassing play there by Cincinnati. 3rd and 3. 10 minutes and change here to go in the quarter. Bengals have it in Dallas territory. We'll see how aggressive Zac Taylor is if Cincinnati doesn't pick this up. Dallas again brings pressure. Burrow escapes to his left, throws across his body, and he wanted Yoshi, but kind of skipped it to him. Burrow was rolling to his left and tried to contort his body to the right and just delivered an errant pass there at the feet of Yosavash. There is a penalty marker on the field, and it's going to be a holding on Cincinnati. I would expect Mike McCarthy to accept this penalty, and he will. Again, Zac Taylor probably would have considered going for it there if it was just a 4th and 3 in Cowboys territory, but they're going to get Cordell Volson here for the hold. And it's going to be 3rd and 13. Let's see if Joe Burrow and the Bengals have any magic in them here in this long yardage situation. Jamar's going to line up in the slot. Gesicki checks into the game at tight end. He has yet to catch a pass here this evening. Burrow stepping up in the pocket, firing. He's got T. Higgins. He's going to be short of the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 4th and 2, maybe 4th and 3. I think you can expect Zac Taylor to go for this. And Joe Burrow and the offense are going to stay out on the field. Again, nice job by Burrow. Once again, was forced to roll to his left and throw back across his body. Finds T down the sideline. And it will be 4th down. 4th and 3. 10 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Burrow takes the snap. Stepping up, dumps it off, incomplete. Dallas is going to take over on downs. Not exactly sure. Chase Brown would have picked up the first down if he was able to hold on to this football. Micah Parsons came screaming off the edge, applying the pressure, and a great job by DeMarvion Overshown. That guy is an unbelievable football player. Was able to break up the pass, and turnover on downs for Cincinnati. They do not capitalize on the Geno Stone interception. All right, let's do our skyline shot here. Second one of the evening here. Room temp, right out of the can. Martin, appreciate you. All right. We'll get you down, though, Martin, for 2 entries into our Bengals Santa hat giveaway. I believe we have another super chat we got to get to as well, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, we got to redo our link here, so bear with me. See what the Cincinnati defense can do, because make no mistake about it, Dallas was getting ready to go score a touchdown. And Cincinnati was able to get, I'll say it what it is, a lucky interception there. CeeDee Lamb runs into Jordan Battle. Pass goes right to Cam Taylor-Britt, who doesn't catch it, pops up into the air, and Geno Stone is able to do something productive for once, hauls it in for the interception. Could have made the argument he didn't even haul it in, kind of was moving around a little bit on the ground, but I do think he caught it. I do think the officials made the right call in that respect. Cincinnati picks up a couple of big first downs, some Joe Burrow magic there outside the pocket, but ultimately on 4th and 3, they are not successful. Totally agree with Zac Taylor's play call to go for it. Have to, given the state of your defense, but now they have a short field to work with. Here's a $2 super chat here from Michael Easterwood in honor of Geno Stone's pick. Appreciate that, Michael. I'll file that away. If we get a $3 super chat from you, that'll get you another entry as well. Here's Cooper Rush in the gun, pitches it to Rico Dowdle. Got the hiccups here from the Skyline Chili, and we're going to have to do another one here. Here's Mom. Share the video, people. My son getting slapped in the face with a tortilla is humiliating. No shot. It is a little borderline humiliating that just took place, but that is what it is here on Bengals Breakdown, and we got to get those shares numbers up. Moral of the story. That's something that needs to happen. We are going against the Cowboys channel here, which has over 200,000 subscribers. So I understand we can only do so much, but I think we can do a little bit better here. And 2nd and 5, Cooper Rush, play action, deep drop, finds Rico Dowdle over the middle. I believe that was Rico Dowdle, the running back. Regardless, it's another first down for Dallas. But that is 2 entries from Mom into the Bengals Santa hat. Appreciate it. At the 41-yard line, Rush goes under center, hands it off to Dowdle once again, and he's got a hole, and he's making guys miss, and he's got a lot of yardage down to the Cincinnati 21-yard line. Key to victory was containing Rico Dowdle, and he's having his way so far here tonight. Couple of big explosive runs. Doing a nice job of taking the load off of Cooper Rush's shoulders. Some more missed tackles for Cincinnati. Jordan Battle had an opportunity to bring him down. Was not able to do so. Some poor effort again from the linebackers as well. 1st and 10 approaching the PrizePicks red zone. Cincinnati 22. They'll give it to Dowdle once again. So I believe that's a different running back into the game, and it is Ezekiel Elliott. Gets his first carry of the night, only picks up 1 yard. 2nd and 9 coming up. 7 minutes and change to go here in the second quarter. Bengals tied with the Dallas Cowboys. $3 super chat from Michael Easterwood, so right on cue. He gets him another entry. Get you down there, Michael. Rush in the gun. 2nd and 9. Looks left. Works his way back to his right. Will dump it off to his tight end Schoonmaker, who makes another guy miss. Josh Newton misses the tackle this time for Cincinnati. Rookie 5th-round pick out of TCU. And excuse me, that was Jake Ferguson in the game at tight end, the starting tight end for Dallas. 3rd and 5. Type in those threes for us in the comment section. See if this Bengals defense can get off the field and force a field goal attempt here. Three seconds to go. Rush takes the snap, steps up in the pocket, incomplete. Very nearly intercepted there by Josh Newton, who was in a great spot there to haul it in. Mike McCarthy is frustrated. I think he wanted a penalty of some sorts on the defense. He's not going to get it. 4th and 5 coming up. Pass was intended for Jalen Tolbert. Nice job by the rookie Josh Newton. Bengals defense gets off the field on 4th down, and it will be a field goal attempt by Brandon Aubrey, who is 27-32 on the year. And this guy has got a massive leg, has hit from 65 so far this season. This will be a 35-yard attempt. The Bengals, of course, did block a field goal last week against Pittsburgh. It was Joseph Osai. Do they have any magic in them here on this play? They do not. As Brandon Aubrey splits the uprights with 6 minutes and change to go here, and Dallas retakes the lead 10-7. All right. Michael Easterwood says we should have punted. I don't know. I like leaving the offense out there on the field. Yeah, I mean, at times it hasn't worked out for you this year, certainly. But you have to be aggressive. He says no field goal. How long would it have been? You don't have McPherson. You've got a guy that you just elevated from the practice squad. So anything over 50, I'm not really trying to take it. And I think it definitely would have been a 50-yarder. Don't know exactly where they were on the field, but it's a valid point. I understand frustration. It didn't work out, so definitely wish it would have gone another way. But regardless, that's a win for Cincinnati. I know we're all complaining about them scoring, but that's a win, only giving up 3 points there. All righty here. Get the scoreboard updated. Dallas takes the lead 10-7. 6 minutes, 23 seconds to go here in the half. Cincinnati gets the ball back. I would love a long drive and go get points. This is something Cincinnati has struggled with this season when they score or when they get the ball first. Look, there was a point in this kind of Joe Burrow era where I was like, yeah, let's get the ball first. Let's go down and score. But they've had so many times this year where you get it first and you don't go down and score. And then you're not getting it first to start the second half. Like, I'm a defer guy. I would always rather get the ball to start the second half, personally. But Zac Taylor has shown an interest in getting the ball first. Again, I don't know who won the toss here tonight. Maybe it was not Zac Taylor's decision, but I'm always a defer guy, personally. All right, so we are going to spin the wheel here. Burrow in the offense getting ready to take the field. All right, so the Bengals are going to return the kick. It is Khalil Herbert. Gets past the 30. Nice return by Khalil Herbert out to the Bengals 35, and that's where Joe Burrow and company will set up shop. All right, real quickly before the start here, we are going to spin the wheel. We're going to spin this wheel every time the Bengals give up a touchdown. Of course, that was a while ago that happened, but I forgot to spin it, so we're going to spin it now. We'll see what it lands on, then I'll explain exactly what is going down. It is $15, 15 jumping jacks. So basically, if we get a $15 super chat prior to the next score in this game, it's 15 jumping jacks. Very simple. You got a couple other options on there. $50 super chat potentially could be a brown bag. As you guys all know, when those teams aren't very good, you see the fans with the brown bag. I will do a video with the brown bag. There's also, I believe, a $100 or $200 super chat is the Santa costume, which I know some people would like to see as well. So several different options. We'll do it after every Cowboys touchdown. So anytime before the next score in this game, $15 super chat is 15 jumping jacks. All right, back to the action. 2nd and 7 coming up for Cincinnati as they get 3 yards on first down. Burrow in the gun, takes the snap, fires, and dropped by T. Higgins. Hit T. Higgins right in the hands. Jordan Lewis was there in coverage. Absolutely got to reel that pass in, and he was not able to do so. 3rd and 7 coming up. Type in those threes for us. Late in the first half, these drives are so critical. You cannot afford to give the ball back to Dallas, let them go down the field, and then give it to them to start the second half. Got to pick up a first down here if you're the Bengals. 3rd and 7 after the drop from Higgins. Should be about 3rd and 2. Burrow in the gun. There's a tight end in the backfield with him. Cowboys bring some pressure. Burrow does a nice job stepping up once again. Fires over the middle. Nice job. Joe Burrow finds Yoshi into Dallas territory. Down at the Dallas 39-yard line. First down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones. Tell you what, if you are a defense and you bring pressure on Joe Burrow and allow him to step up in the pocket, you are cooked 10 out of 10 times. He could have went to Jamar. He could have went to Yoshi. Had all kinds of options. Probably could have ran for it as well. Probably would have been able to make a move on Donovan Wilson, the safety. But regardless, finds Yoshi, who's always big on 3rd down for Cincinnati. Gets his first catch of the night. Big fan of Yoshi in his game. Solid pickup there on 3rd down. Play fake here. Burrow, deep drop. Looking deep down the sideline. Wide open Jamar Chase. Steps out of bounds at the Dallas 24. Another first down, Cincinnati. Malik Hooker in coverage. And he just wasn't even close on that play. I think he got spun around like a top here by Jamar. Actually, a little bit of miscommunication there by Dallas. Trayvon Diggs kind of passed him off to Hooker, and Hooker just wasn't in the right spot there. And that was easy pitch and catch from Burrow to Chase. 4 minutes and change here in the second quarter. Burrow in an empty set. Changing the play here at the line of scrimmage. 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. Burrow takes the snap. Quick pass out to the flat to Gesicki. Gets tackled after a pickup of about 6. Mike Gesicki's first reception of the ball game. Another guy that I like on this Cincinnati offense. Burrow likes him as well. He's a guy that Burrow would like to see stick around for the future. Gesicki, of course, on a 1-year deal, being signed in free agency. Most recently played with the New England Patriots. He's been a really solid addition to your tight end room, not only from a skill set, but also a leadership perspective as well. Hopefully he is back in 2025. 2nd and 5 here for Burrow. Takes the snap, dumps it off to his running back, Chase Brown, who gets the sideline. Touchdown, Cincinnati. Beautiful play there, just right into the flat area. And Chase Brown is hanging out in the Salvation Army bucket as a part of his celebration. But they're going to say he stepped out of bounds. And I don't know if he did. Boy, that is close. That is about as close as it gets here. Zac Taylor has challenged this play. To me, it looks like that is a touchdown from Chase Brown. Again, ruling on the field as he stepped out at about the 3-yard line. But I think he did a nice job of tiptoeing down the sideline here. Donovan Wilson, that safety position, was trying to force him out of bounds. And I think that's a touchdown. We'll see if they overturn it. Zac Taylor has challenged it. It's unfortunate for Chase Brown. He was hanging out in the Salvation Army bucket there as a celebration, and then it got called back. But I kind of am expecting this to get overturned. I think Cincinnati's going to take their first lead of the ball game. Let me know if you think that is a touchdown or not in the comments section. Three minutes and change here to go in the half. As of now, it's 1st and goal Cincinnati at the Dallas 6, which is just not, I mean, at worst case, they're going to respot this ball. because he stepped out. If he stepped out, it was at the 3-yard line. I'm not sure why the ball is on the 6 right now. Martin says, I got you. I missed the Simpsons reference. I really have not watched a ton of The Simpsons. I know it is Simpsons Fun Day Night. That's where the Ralphie reference came from. I got you now. Gotcha. Thanks for the $10 super chat, though. Regardless, Papa J says TD. Michael Eastwood thinks it has to be a touchdown. Harvey, hanging out with us again in the comments section, thinks it is a touchdown as well. I think Luca thinks it is a touchdown additionally. It's about as close as it can get, but I think there's just a smidge of green grass, or green turf, I should say, in between Chase Brown's foot and the sideline, but we'll see if there's enough evidence to overturn the ruling on the field. Good time for us to go to our super chat menu. And during the break, they came to the conclusion that it was a touchdown. So nice job, Chase Brown, finding the end zone. And here's Cade York to attempt his second extra point as a Bengal, and he splits the uprights once again. Nice job by him. Cincinnati has their first lead of the ball game, 14-10 on Monday Night Football. Up to $50 in super chats here tonight. Here's our super chat menu. $5 gets you into our Bengals Santa hat raffle that we're going to be giving away here at the end of our stream, as long as we continue to get some super chats flowing here. $10, the Skyline shots are back. We've done a couple of those here tonight. We will continue to do those for $10 super chats. Also, if you send in a $15 super chat now, that's 15 jumping jacks after our wheel spin. And $20 gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. Hopefully going to be giving away a full-size Bengals helmet at the end of the season. That is our super chat menu. Again, up to $50 now. Hopefully we can get a couple hundred here by night's end. Kevontae Turpin is back deep to receive the kick for Dallas. Cade York will boot it away. And that will go out of the back of the end zone. It will be a touchback. Cooper Rush, the Cowboys offense, will set up shop at the 30-yard line. So just a little swing route there to Chase Brown, and just nobody on that Cowboys defense able to bring him down. Burrow gets the ball to him quickly. Nice blocks there out on the edge by Yoshi and Drew Sample. And it's a touchdown for Chase Brown. Rush takes the shotgun snap, fires over the middle, pass incomplete, very nearly intercepted by Jordan Battle. Jonathan Mingo was the intended target there for Dallas. Mingo, of course, was acquired at the trade deadline by the Cowboys in a trade with the Panthers. I believe they gave up a 4th or 5th round pick for him, which is just the Cowboys making another bad trade, something we've seen them do in the past. Regardless, it'll be 2nd and 10 here for Dallas. They'll hand it off to Rico Dowdle, who picks up about 3 or 4, tackled by several Bengals, including B.J. Hill and Jermaine Pratt. And it'll be third down. It's a massive third down here. You have an opportunity to get the ball back here. Of course, Dallas going to be getting the ball to start the second half. This would be amazing if Cincinnati could find a way to get the ball back in Burrow's hands before the half. Bengals and Cowboys have all 3 timeouts. Michael Easterwood, $5 Super Chat says, we lead. Absolutely. For now, the Bengals have the lead. That is another entry for you into our Bengals Santa hat giveaway. And it looks like somebody flinched on the Dallas side of things. I think they're going to get the tight end Jake Ferguson here. And they are. Jake Ferguson with a false start there for Dallas. Now it's going to be 3rd and long, 3rd and 10. Just not on the same page there. Jake Ferguson getting things going a little bit too early. Michael, I've got you down for another entry. Appreciate you. 3rd and 11. Rush. Takes the snap, and he's going to get dropped. The Bengals finally get home and record a sack, and it isn't even Trey Hendrickson. It's Joseph Osai who makes the play. Blocked the field goal last week, and Osai is there bringing him down for the sack. Dallas is going to be forced to punt here on 4th down. Fourth and 20 coming up, and we have hit the 2-minute warning here in Dallas. Joe Burrow is going to get an opportunity to work the 2-minute offense here. 3 timeouts. I'm pretty excited about this. I feel like we haven't really seen them in a situation to do something like this, especially with a lead, right? An opportunity to go get points at the end of the half. I don't know if we've really seen a ton of this here in this season, because they're always behind and just fighting for dear life. But this is a pretty cool opportunity the Bengals are going to have here offensively, and getting to see Joe Burrow work the 2-minute offense here should be pretty entertaining here for the Bengals. I would be shocked if they didn't get at least a field goal attempt here before the half. All right. Keep hitting that like button, folks. Only have 167 likes. Got about 700 people in here hanging out with us as well. Always going for that 50-50 ratio, so we should be over 300 at this point. But I have 168 as of now, so if you all could help me out, hit that thumbs up icon. Would be greatly appreciated. Certainly allows us to do more Bengals content for you guys going forward, and just really allows us to do a lot of good stuff. Ty, man, I appreciate it, but I have been told not to do that. I know look, Ty, man is a great, loyal chat sports, all of our channels. And I know that you would just do good things helping us out as a mod, but unfortunately I cannot do that. But $5 super chat coming in from Jesus. So that is another entry. Just my thoughts. I agree. Totally agree. We will check out this super chat here. Again, Joe Burrow going to work the 2-minute offense here for Cincinnati. Jesus says sack that like button. I like it. Creative. Up to 185 here. Jesus will get you into our raffle once more. Here is the return from Cincinnati. Out close to midfield, out to the 45. Didn't exactly see who that was returning. So great field position here for Cincinnati. Here we go. 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. Cincinnati has all 3 timeouts. Burrow in the gun. Here comes Yoshi in motion. 1st and 10, Cincinnati. Burrow takes the snap. Dallas brings 4. Burrow gets rid of it quickly. He's got Chase wide open over the middle. Pickup of 11 on 1st down. Overshown was trying to rip that ball free from Jamar Chase. Chase does a nice job holding on the football here. No reason to take a timeout here. The clock continues to tick down to 1 minute and 30. Bengals have plenty of time to work with here. No reason for a major sense of urgency here. Burrow takes the snap with 1 minute 25. Fires over the middle again to Yoshi. Now you might want to think about potentially calling a timeout or hurrying up to the line. They will not call a timeout. There is 1 minute 10 remaining. Clock will continue to run here. I like this from Zac Taylor. You do have 3 in your pocket, so no reason to panic at this point. They'll snap it with 1 minute left. Burrow firing to the sideline. He's got Jamar again, who instead of going out of bounds, cuts it up down the field, and this time the clock will run, and now the Bengals will be forced to take a timeout. Again, don't mind that at all from Jamar, understanding that they have 3 to work with. If you have 1 or 2 in that spot, you would like to see him just step out of bounds, but with 3 at your disposal, nothing wrong with trying to get a couple of extra yards there. That's what Jamar does, rather. And Jamar's been going absolutely off here in this first half for the Bengals. See how many yards he has here at this point for Cincinnati. Yeah, Jamar's approaching 100 yards here in the first half. Burrow has 204 yards. Quarterback rating of 132.6. I mean, these guys are they're insane. They're insane. Absolutely insane. Jamar, 7 receptions, 87 yards, and a touchdown, and also has that 14-yard rush on the reverse as well. So there's a couple different ways you could think about it. It could lead to rage that they are so good and the Bengals are at 4-8. Or you could put a positive twist on it and say, man, we're 4-8, but at least we get to watch those guys every week. And that is pretty unbelievable. Harvey says Burrow has 204 yards. Yep, you better believe it. 204, 18 of 13, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers. Elite. Not a bad point at all, Jesus. Says, can Jamar get some love for MVP votes? Personally, I think Saquon is the MVP, but at least some honorable mention. Yeah, it's a fair point, Jesus. I think if the Bengals were competing for a playoff spot, and if they were able to sneak into the playoffs, I think you seriously consider going Burrow MVP, Jamar Offensive Player of the Year. I think that's a real consideration, but unfortunately at 4-8, you just don't see those awards go to guys on teams that are that bad. As far as your Saquon Barkley comment goes, I agree with you, but if Josh Allen keeps doing what he's doing, it might be his award at the end of the day. I think what Saquon's done is unbelievable. Seeing him on a good football team and the Philadelphia Eagles has completely transcended what they can do offensively. I'm with you for now, but if Josh Allen finishes the season like he's been playing, I think you got to give it to Josh Allen. But regardless, yeah, I think you definitely need some love going to Burrow and Chase that unfortunately they don't get because the Bengals are 4-8. Just kind of the reality of the situation here at this point. All right, we are down to 52 seconds. Cincinnati has 2 timeouts approaching the PrizePicks red zone at the Dallas Cowboys 22-yard line. 1st and 10, Cincinnati. Yoshi once again comes in motion. Burrow takes the snap. He wants an end zone shot. Very nearly hits Jamar Chase in the end zone. Was double covered there on the play. Malik Hooker and Trayvon Diggs. Good ball there by Burrow. Good coverage there by Diggs. So we take another look at this. I think it may have hit off Jamar's head, actually. Just didn't quite get his hands up quick enough. And that might be one Jamar wants back. But regardless, 2nd and 10 coming up here. 47 seconds to go. Need points here, whether it's 3 or 6. Burrow will dump it off to his running back. They'll set up a screen here. Chase Brown works against the grain here. Tries to make something happen. Had Gesicki out blocking for him, but kind of just ran into Gesicki. And the Bengals are going to have to take their second timeout here. It didn't really work out. Good job there at Chase Brown making something out of nothing. Was able to get 3 or 4 yards on the play. Very easily could have been a loss of yards, loss of yardage on that play. But regardless, it will be 3rd down coming up, and Cincinnati will spend their second timeout. I think you got to give some credit here to the Bengals offensive line. Again, they're without Orlando Brown Jr. in this game. Cody Ford's back out there at the left tackle position. Cordell Volson gets called upon after getting benched last week. And they've done a pretty good job protecting Joe Burrow so far in this game. Hasn't really taken too much severe punishment. Obviously, he's done a lot of ad-libbing as well. But a pretty good performance out of those guys up front. Here's the 3rd and 7 play. Burrow fires, and he wanted Jamar Chase and just airmailed him. Not sure if they were on the same page there, if that was just a bad ball there by Burrow. But it's 4th and 7. Some frustration there by Cincinnati. Had some really quality plays there, and those last few just kind of stalled out on them. And I think Burrow just missed him. I think that's the first miss that we've seen from Burrow. Yeah, he got hit as he released it. And just a miss there by Burrow, but as I mentioned, he got kind of hit on that play. Not a massive shot, but enough to knock off the flight of his pass. Here's Cade York for a 37-yard field goal. His first field goal attempt as a Bengal, and he drills it. Nice job by Cade York. Extends this Bengals lead. And that is very critical. It was massive that Cincinnati found a way to get points on the board on that drive. Obviously, they were hoping for a touchdown, but we will take the field goal. 17-10. Bengals. $195 likes, 5 likes away from 200. We'll see just how aggressive Mike McCarthy is here in this situation with the backup quarterback. Only 30 seconds to go, but you do have all 3 timeouts. So if the roles were reversed here, you definitely would see Zac Taylor being aggressive with 3 timeouts in his pocket, but obviously you don't have Joe Burrow. If you're Dallas, you have Cooper Rush. So we'll see what he can do here. 30 seconds to go. And they're going to line up here in shotgun. Lipke is in the game at running back. See if they throw it or just hand it off to Lipke here on 1st and 10. 30 seconds to go. They will throw it. Rush fires. He's got his man. It is Lipke who gets out of bounds after a pickup of 5. No need to burn a timeout. 6 seconds come off the clock. And it seems like Mike McCarthy is going to be relatively aggressive here. I think you can expect to see them try to take a couple of shots here. Brandon Aubrey, of course, their field goal kicker, has a massive leg. So you really get out near that midfield mark, you feel like you have a chance if you're Dallas in terms of getting 3 points on the board. Here's Rush. Drops back, fires, nearly intercepted by Jermaine Pratt. And that could have been going back the other way as well. Good PBU regardless by 57 here. And it looked like Ferguson played a little DB on that play because it looked like Pratt essentially had this thing picked off. Let's see if 87 gets a hand in there to kind of break it up. I do believe he did. That would have been massive if Pratt was able to haul that in. Regardless, now it is 3rd and 5. Type in those threes for us in the comment section. Bengals showing some pressure here. 4 seconds to go on the shot clock here for Dallas. Bengals do bring a little bit of pressure. Rush steps up in the pocket and fires incomplete. He wanted Brandon Cooks down the sideline. Marco Wilson was in coverage, and Rush was not able to connect with his receiver. Now there's 15 seconds left, and Dallas is going to be forced to punt. Here is the punt from Dallas. The clock continues to tick here. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. And it will be returned by Cincinnati, and a flag comes out. It is Isaiah Williams, the receiver, who will return it, and he is down with 3 seconds to go in the half, and there is a flag. So not really enough time to try to work something deep down the field and call a timeout here if you're Zac Taylor. I think you can expect Joe Burrow to just take a knee here. Will be an illegal block in the back on Cincinnati. And I think we are a knee away here. And it is halftime, and the Bengals have a lead here, 17-10. Another exciting half of football for Cincinnati. And we'll get to some super chats here. And while we're doing that, make sure you guys get your grades into the comment section. A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know what you think of this Bengals performance here as a team, collectively here in the first half. I'll give them a B-. You got bailed with the turnover, but still turnover, so we'll take it. And we got our biggest super chat of the night so far. Marvin Williford with a $20 super chat says he got his jersey. He loves it. And thank you, Marvin. I appreciate you for being a loyal viewer of what we're doing here at Bengals Breakdown. I'm glad you like the jersey. I'm glad it finally got to you. And that's awesome. And that's also 4 entries into our raffle that we are giving away here today. So I will get you in. Bengals Santa hat raffle, and it's also a Skyline shot. So we will do that really quickly as well. Brutal. Appreciate you, Marvin. Got you into our raffle, and means a lot. Up to $82 in super chat revenue here at this point. And let's see here. Got another $2 super chat from Michael Easterwood. Says a halftime lead. Yes, Michael's excited. Yeah, I still think there's a sense of pride in the fan base, right? Look, you got to find a way to get some wins here coming in at the end of the season. I understand you're probably eliminated, but you can't just win 4 games this year. You got to go on a little bit of a run here to end the year. For pride purposes, look, who are you going to tank for, right? There's really only a couple of life team-altering guys in this draft. Travis Hunter, obviously, if you're looking at the defensive side of the ball, obviously you don't need any weapons. You don't need a quarterback. Could you take an offensive lineman? Maybe, but I think this whole draft probably needs to be dedicated towards the defense. But at the same time, you got to go out in free agency and get some defenders because you can't just rely on rookies here in 2025. I think that's part of your issue here this year is you're so reliant on rookies to make an impact. But I think, obviously, this draft needs to be heavily focused on defensive players. But I want to see some free agent acquisitions on the defensive side of the ball. You did it last year. I think we're having a completely different story if Sheldon Rankins and Geno Stone weren't whiffs. And you can throw Von Bell in there as well. But that hasn't been the case, obviously. Michael, 3 away from another entry. I will write that note down, and I got you covered on that front. All right. But yeah, beyond Travis Hunter, obviously the Penn State rusher, Abdul Carter. He could be a really beneficial piece for you, but I don't know if you're going to be picking high enough in the draft. I mean, even if you lose out, are you picking high enough? I don't know. But that's just I've never understood the concept of tanking, to be completely honest with you. You're a professional. I mean, the players obviously never tank, but even as an organization, why would you even consider doing that? These are livelihoods that are on the line as far as your players and coaches go. And at the same time, I mean, if you got any kind of pride as a man, you don't want to go out there and intentionally try to lose, especially on this stage, all the people that are locked in, watching, supporting you. So I've always feel like tanking kind of gets a little bit overblown, to be completely honest with you. For example, when Trevor Lawrence was coming out, yeah, there was like, oh, well, if we lose all these games, that might not be the worst thing. I sort of get it with quarterbacks, but, I mean, even Burrow, his class was so loaded where it's like, there were so many good quarterbacks in that class when you talk about, guys like, obviously Jalen Hurts has developed into an incredible quarterback along with Tua and Justin Herbert as well. So that class was absolutely loaded, so that's a little bit different. But really, I don't ever see it being a good idea to go out and tank for anybody. All right, but back to this game here tonight. More of the same from Burrow and Chase. You got a lead, which is nice. Having a lead here, I mean, it feels like you're always coming from behind. And look, don't get me wrong. Cincinnati very well could find themselves in a spot where they're coming from behind here in this football game. Dallas does get the ball to start the second half here, which is going to be critical. If you can kind of set the tone here in the second half and get another stop, that would be awesome. But I don't really want to focus on that last drive for Dallas offensively because there wasn't much time left on the clock. Like, they're just looking to get in field goal range. Regardless, great stop by Cincinnati, but it was really that drive prior where you really did some good things. And Joseph Osai made a play, gets a sack. Look, I've ripped Joseph Osai here on Bengals Breakdown. And by the way, I plan on continuing to rip Joseph Osai here on Bengals Breakdown. But that was an incredible play by him getting a sack. When's the last time we've seen somebody record a sack not named Trey Hendrickson? It's been a really, really long time. And getting that play out of Osai was massive, getting the ball back in Burrow's hands. You ultimately go down and score points. A field goal, not a touchdown, but you go down and score points as well. Michael Easterwood says, I like what we have seen from our new kicker. Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been tested drastically. Obviously, he's got a lot of pressure, right? He's getting another opportunity to be a starting kicker in the NFL. York, of course, was drafted in the 4th round several years ago, so he had high expectations. Things kind of fell through with Cleveland. Had a good rookie year, but ultimately got beat out that following year when they brought in Dustin Hopkins. And he's kind of been bouncing around ever since. So obviously there's a lot of pressure for him in this game, trying to prove himself as an NFL kicker. Also, his girlfriend's cheering for the Dallas Cowboys. That's some added pressure as well. But, yeah, I think you got to be pleased with what Cade York has been able to accomplish today. Again, hasn't been tested. We'll see if you roll him out for a field goal that's, longer than 45 yards. And if he's able to connect, then you can really say some good things about him. But you got to be pleased that he's hit his 2 extra points. And he has also made his short field goal attempt as well, which has been big for Cincinnati. And unfortunately, the kicking game is kind of what it is at this point. I think Evan McPherson, short range, there wasn't an issue there. Has missed an extra point this year, but it was really once you got out past that, around that 45-yard range, which for an NFL kicker shouldn't be long, but that's kind of where you saw the struggles there. For McPherson, we'll see if York gets an opportunity to kick a longer one in the second half. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's just touchdowns for Cincinnati, but definitely reason to be pleased with what he's been able to accomplish. Love it, Michael. Love that we're on the same page here. Paul says the Bengals defense looks like the old Bengals. I like the optimism, Paul, but I don't want to get too carried away here because I think without that turnover, this looks a lot more ugly than it looks right now. I'm just going to say it how it is. You kind of got lucky there on that turnover, right? CeeDee Lamb and Jordan Battle run into each other. No flag. I don't think it deserved to be a flag necessarily, but then it hits. The fact that's why I got picked off, because they ran into each other. Cooper Rush is expecting CD to be in a place in which he is not. Instead, Cam Taylor-Britt is in that spot. It hits him right in the chest. He's not able to haul it in. It pops up into the air, and Geno Stone just happens to be right place, right time. Brings it in. Again, I feel like we've seen in the past that get ruled an incompletion. The ball was hanging out a little bit there on the ground. I think he clearly had control of that football. But regardless, I do think that is a break there deep into Cincinnati territory. I mean, Dallas was about to score. And really, up to that point, you hadn't shown no signs of stopping them, considering what they did on their first drive, scoring a touchdown on that 4th down. And that was their second drive, and they were moving the ball right down the field once again. So you did catch a break there, but it was nice to capitalize on an opportunity. It always seems like things go against the Bengals for whatever reason, right? That's not an excuse. It's just kind of the way it feels like. And finally, in that moment, you had something go your way, and then you took advantage of it in the sense that you were able to make the play and create the turnover. Now, after that, you still ended up, turning the ball over on downs because you weren't able to convert on a 4th down later in that drive. But regardless, you were able to secure the interception, prevent them from scoring a touchdown, and get your offense back down on the field. So I think that's definitely something that you deserve credit for, regardless of the fact that it was pretty lucky there from Geno Stone. That's probably his best play as a Bengal, right? He did have the pick in the Cleveland game before he got hurt, suffered that shin contusion, but I think that's probably his best play as a Cincinnati Bengal, which unfortunately is pretty bad. That is his highlight of the season. But regardless, big play for Cincinnati on defense completely changed the trajectory of this football game. Shouldn't be too long before we get the second half underway here in Dallas. Monday Night Football. Always good to have the team on Monday night, prime time. Always a good time. Because I just think it gives people an opportunity to see what this Bengals team is made of. I think everybody nationally can kind of understand our frustration as a fan base when you see Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase play the way they did. Again, that's more of the same. They've been doing it all year long. But to do it on a national stage again, one half of football, but it's been pretty miraculous. Here is our Super Chat menu. Going to be giving away a Bengals Santa hat raffle. We're at $82 in Super Chats. Definitely would like to see that number get up a little bit before we give away that hat raffle. But we've got plenty of people lined up. Could potentially bring that home. We got Aunt Amy. We got Mom. We got Desert Ranger Jesus. We got Scott C. We got Michael Easterwood. Martin Biller. As well, Marvin Williford. His $20 Super Chat has been the biggest one of the night so far, which is pretty exciting that he was able to get that in. Michael Easterwood as well. all candidates for the hat at this point. Hopefully we can expand that group here in the second half. And be well on our way. One thing Cincinnati hasn't been able to do today is run the football. Only 33 yards on the ground, 14 of which coming from Jamar Chase on a reverse play. So I thought running the football was going to be critical in this game for Cincinnati, but they haven't really had to do it because Joe Burrow's going off once again. We'll see if they stick to it. I would like to see Zac Taylor stick to it. Chase Brown does, of course, have the touchdown run, which it doesn't look like ESPN has given him credit for yet. Or, excuse me, that was a pass. That was a swing pass. Forgot about that. But, yeah, regardless, you got to find ways to run the ball a little bit better here in the second half. Only 33 yards on the ground. Juice says, how much longer of halftime? No time at all because they are kicking it off right now. Cade York puts foot to ball and sends it skyward. It goes out the back of the end zone for a touchback, and we will see Cooper Rush get the ball here for Dallas. And we will we will spin the wheel. Juice, the Cowboys have the ball. Play action here. Cooper Rush rolling to his right, and he fires to Jalen Tolbert, who is not able to haul it in. Would have been a difficult catch for Tolbert, but definitely one he should have had as it hit his hands. And instead, it falls to the ground for an incompletion. Cincinnati catches a break there. 2nd and 10 coming up. By the way, forgot to say that we won our shares battle in the second quarter, so no slap. Hopefully we can continue that here in the second half. No slap there in the second quarter, so appreciate you guys sharing today's video. Here's Rush on 2nd and 10. Fires towards the boundary. Pass is caught by Brandon Cooks, and a penalty marker is going to come out as well. They might get Josh Newton for a foul here defensively. He was matched up against Brandon Cooks. We'll see what the call is. They're going to get him for an illegal contact here. Like he continued his contact with Cooks when he was beyond 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. And that's where you're seeing the flag come in. It'll be an automatic first down for Dallas. Juice, I think you got to give a lot of credit to Cincinnati for their adjustments in the second quarter, number one, and CeeDee clearly is not healthy out there on the football field. They'll give it to Dowdle here on 1st and 10, and he'll pick up 4 yards. Tackle on the play by B.J. Hill. And they will give it to the speedster, Cavante Turpin, on a reverse, and he gets tripped up by B.J. Hill and Geno Stone. Nice play by those two guys. I tell you what, man, Turpin just finds a totally different gear than anybody. I mean, he's just a little guy out there, 5'7", maybe, in shoes. But he's got some serious speed. 3rd and 2 coming up. Can the Cincinnati Bengals defense get off the field here on 3rd down? Rush in the gun. They'll throw it again. Rush stepping up in the pocket, firing over the middle. Pass is caught. Wide open receiver. Nice throw there by Cooper Rush. Just feathered it over those Cincinnati Bengals linebackers and found the smallest guy on the field in the slot, Cavante Turpin, for the first down into Cincinnati territory. just over the outstretched arm of Akeem Davis-Gaither. That's one of Rush's probably best throws of the evening. It'll be a first down, Dallas into Cincinnati territory. At the 40-yard line, Rush under center. Rico Dowdle back in the game at running back. Jonathan Mingo goes in motion. Play fake. And he'll roll out and find his tight end. And he's got Schoonmaker. Solid pickup on first down for Dallas. Will be second and short coming up. See if this Bengals defense can't get some pressure on Cooper Rush. Do have a sack on the evening, and it was a critical one from Joseph Osai, but not much else. They'll go under center here in the I formation on 2nd and 2. Hunter Lipke, the fullback, into the game. They'll send Brandon Cooks in motion and hand it off to Dowdle, and he's got some space, and he's got the sideline, and nobody can tackle him until Geno Stone pops him out of bounds at the Cincinnati 5-yard line. Nobody sets the edge here for this Bengals defense. And Dowdle just gets outside. And Jordan Battle gets absolutely stonewalled. Jermaine Pratt not able to make the tackle on the play. And it's a first down for Rico Dowdle. See what this Bengals goal line defense is made of here. First and goal, Dallas at the Bengals 6-yard line. Here comes CeeDee Lamb in motion. And they will hand it to Zeke, who falls forward for a pickup of about 3. Miles Murphy on the stop for Cincinnati. First time we have called his name. Murphy, of course, has been a major disappointment for the Cincinnati Bengals football team. Their 2023 first-round pick. And Zeke stays in the game. Dowdle did kind of get hit in the head there by Geno Stone when he got forced out of bounds on the 6-yard line. But they do like to bring Zeke in these goal line situations. Second and goal from the Cincinnati 3. Rush will throw it. No pressure from the Cincinnati defense. Rush fires to the end zone. Pass is caught by Brandon Cooks for a touchdown. There is a flag. Josh Newton again in coverage. We'll see if this is against Dallas or the rookie, and Dallas is celebrating in the end zone. It appears as though this penalty is going to be against the Bengals. It is. Dallas will decline it, and they are an extra point away from tying this game up. Bad defense once again from the Cincinnati Bengals. That was real easy for Dallas, just maneuvering their way down the field. Newton getting a little handsy there with Cooks. That's a defensive holding. Easy call there for the officials. And Rush just sat back there. He could have eaten a sandwich before he found Brandon Cooks in the back of the end zone. Touchdown, Dallas. Here's the extra point from Aubrey. It is up. It is good. And we are all tied up here on Monday Night Football. While we go to break here, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor today, and that is PrizePicks. Appreciate them once again being our sponsor here on Bengals Breakdown for Monday Night Football. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. Make your holidays bigger and brighter with PrizePicks, the best place to get real money action while watching your favorite sports. And again, you can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks. They now offer MasterCard for quick and easy deposits into your account this sports season. PrizePicks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the Flex Play over at PrizePicks. This is what we are working with as far as our Flex Play slate goes. This was put together by Tom Downey over at the Cowboys Report. He's going with the more than on CeeDee Lamb receiving yards, and that has been successful. CeeDee currently has 71 yards, and you can see the more than is that 70.5 mark. Also going with the more than on Chase Brown rushing yards. That has got a ways to go in order to be successful here tonight on PrizePicks. And also we've got Rico Dowdle with the more than as far as his rushing yards go as well. So essentially, you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. All right, we will get this scoreboard updated here. $82 in super chats. See how quickly we can hit that $100 mark. $17 all here. 10.5 minutes to go. Here's Joe Burrow back out onto the field for Cincinnati. A little play fake here, and he will get rid of it late, but still finds Jamar Chase there on the sideline. Trayvon Diggs in coverage. It'll be a pickup of about 8 or 9. Second and short coming up for the Bengals. Really critical for Cincinnati to respond here. Beautiful throw there by Joe Burrow. Second and 2. 10 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Burrow goes under center, and they will run it with Chase Brown, who gets something going here. That might be his best run of the day, out to near midfield for Cincinnati. First down, type in those ones for us in the comment section. Giving away a Bengals Santa hat at the end of our stream. Get those $5 super chats to get a part of our raffle. Here's Burrow in the gun. Fires over the middle. He's got his man, Jamar Chase, who takes a wicked shot by DeMarvion Overshown. And boy, have the Bengals been feeding Jamar Chase here this evening. And he's going off. And it looks like they're trying to make an effort to get him that Triple Crown. Obviously, lots of football to be played over the course of these next 5 weeks. But Jamar takes a big shot there by DeMarvion Overshown. Looked like he ate it pretty well, though, and was able to kind of absorb the hit there. But it will be 2nd and 4. Cincinnati once again moving the ball well. Back to the I formation they go with Chase Brown. And it'll be play action. Burrow rolling to his right, trying to extend, buy some time, getting chased by Parsons, and just has to throw it away. Third and 4. See, that's late in the year like this. That's a ball that I would like to see Joe Burrow get rid of a lot quicker. I know he's out there, he's competing, but he takes a massive shot as Parsons just lands on top of him there. Don't like seeing those hits on Burrow, especially when you're 4-8. 3rd and 4, 3 seconds to go on the shot clock. Burrow snaps it, and he will float one to the boundary. And again, he's got Jamar Chase. Just keep feeding him, and he will keep producing. It is too easy, and Jamar's just shaking his head like, come on now. What can they do to stop me? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Joe under center here on 1st and 10 at the Dallas 39. They will run it with Chase Brown. Cuts it up the middle. Nice run there on 1st down by Brown. Pickup of about 7. Cincinnati having some success here on the ground. Their first drive of the second half. Got about 7.5 minutes to go. Micah Parsons getting a breather over there on the sideline. If Cincinnati can find ways to run the ball in the second half like they have been doing so far on this drive, you got to feel pretty good about their opportunity to win this game. Burrow, and he's just going to throw it in the dirt there. Dallas snuffed that play out pretty well. Looked like they were trying to set up a screen of some sorts there. And there is a flag here on the play. We'll check the marker. It's going to be an ineligible man downfield for Cincinnati. And it's going to be on Cordell Volson at that guard spot. And that's going to back up Cincinnati 5 yards here. 7 minutes to go here in the third quarter. Burrow takes the snap. He's looking, firing, and he throws an interception. Picked off by Dallas. Picked off by Malik Hooker. And there's a mistake. We'll take another look at this. It looked like Burrow just overshot his man there, shaking his head here. Let's see if there was miscommunication or if this is just a bad throw by Burrow. Let's make sure Hooker actually caught this as well as he was sliding to the ground. He does. Nice interception by Hooker. That'll be his second interception of the season, and Cincinnati's going to give it right back to Dallas. It kind of feels like, in a way, I understand it's a different part of the game, but that kind of feels like the TJ Watt strip sack from last week, right? You're chugging along. You're in a tied football game. You're moving the ball well. You're in the opposition's territory, and then you make a mistake like that. And, again, they haven't shown the replay yet. I do believe, watching it live, that's just a mistake from Burrow. And, unfortunately, the Bengals aren't in a position where he can make mistakes. Joe Burrow has been perfect, literally perfect, tonight, besides that pick. He throws that interception, and we'll see if that ultimately is going to be what cost Cincinnati this game. That's tough. That's tough. Again, we will see it again. Joe Burrow has been brilliant all evening long, and he throws a bad interception there. It looks like, and we'll see if somebody didn't run the correct route or slipped or whatever the case may be, but interception from Burrow. And Dallas gets the ball. Now, luckily for Cincinnati, they're not going to get great field position. They'll still have to go pretty much not quite the full length of the field, but they've got to go a long way to get into the end zone. But it's time for this Bengals defense to step up. You know, they really haven't been asked to do much here in this game, and frankly, they haven't done much besides create that lucky turnover. But First drive of the second half, Bengals were eating some clock, making some good productive things happen there as we get to under 7 minutes to go here in the third quarter. And a very poorly timed interception there by Joe Burrow. Michael says it's the worst the worst defense in the AFC. Yeah, without question, Michael, it might be the worst defense in the NFL, quite honestly. Jill says, who cares? James says, I need Jamar to outscore CeeDee by 19 points to win my fantasy playoff game. I would assume that is close to being something that is happening. But Rush fires over the middle. He's got a wide open Jake Ferguson. Nice play call there by Mike McCarthy. And just like that, Dallas has it out near their own 40-yard line. Did look like there was a little bit of contact there from the linebacker Hendricks on the interception, but if I read Joe Burrow's lips correctly, it looked like he said, dang it, Joe, what are you doing? So it looks like Burrow is frustrated with himself on that play, and we'll see if Cincinnati can overcome it here as they'll run it up the middle with Rico Dowdle here, and it'll be 2nd and 3. And they'll toss it to Lamb, and CeeDee just kind of goes down. Five minutes and change here to go in the third quarter. Big third down coming up here. 3rd and 2. And they'll sneak it with Cooper Rush, and they'll get it. They called it 3rd and 2, but it was really 3rd and a long one. And it'll be a first down for Dallas. There's our Super Chat menu, folks. And we do have a Super Chat we got to get to here from David Hampton. First time Super Chatter. Appreciate you, David. We'll get that up on the screen here in a moment. 1st and 10 here for Dallas. Clock ticking here. Haven't been a ton of possessions in this football game. They'll hand it to Dowdle here on first down. He gets tripped up right at the line of scrimmage. I believe Akeem Davis-Gaither was able to get him down. He may have just tripped on his own feet, to be honest with you. We take another look at this. Regardless, it is 2nd and 10 here for Dallas. And a little trickery here. They've got Kevontae Turpin. He'll take it himself, and he'll pick up 10 yards and a first down. If I'm Mike McCarthy, I'm trying to get Kevontae Turpin the ball frequently because that guy is just has a different level of speed. And against this Bengals defense, I mean, they don't know what to do with him. Turpin took the snap, faked the pitch to CeeDee Lamb, just took off down the sideline, down that right side, and he picks up a first down. Easy first down for Dallas. Bengals do not have an answer for Kevontae Turpin here. 1st and 10 into Cincinnati territory. 3 minutes and change to go here in the third quarter. Rush back to the gun. Dowdle, the running back, in the game. And they'll get it to Turpin once again, and it falls at the feet of Turpin. And that may have gotten batted down at the line of scrimmage by Mike Hilton. If so, that is an unbelievable play by 21 in black. Let's take another look at this. Hilton comes off that blitz like he does so well, and yep, he got a hand on that, or a shoulder on that, I should say. Great job by Hilton because Turpin was going to catch that, and he had some green grass to operate with as well. Really nice job there by Mike Hilton there coming off the edge, applying that pressure. When this Bengals defense was humming, that was something Mike Hilton was always so good at. Really haven't seen that this year. Really didn't see it in 23 either. Quick pass here to Lamb on a slant route. Pick up an 8. It'll bring up 3rd down. 3rd and 2. Type in those threes for us in the comments section. See if this Bengals defense has a stop in them. And they will hand it off to Dowdle, and they'll easily pick up the 1st down, pick up a 5 there. We do have to spin the wheel. Rush takes the snap here on 1st and 10, steps up in the pocket. He's got nowhere to go. B.J. Hill is right there, and he takes him down. We'll see if they'll credit Cincinnati with the sack. 2 penalties come out here, and they very well both could be on the Dallas Cowboys. I know they're going to get an unnecessary roughness call on Dallas as Jermaine Pratt just got shoved after the whistle, and he went down. So this thing's getting backed up regardless. And indeed, both of these fouls are going to be against Dallas. It's going to be a holding, which will get declined. And we got a 15-yard penalty on Dallas as well. So just a boneheaded mistake there by Dallas. Luke Schoonmaker with the personal foul there on Jermaine Pratt. McCarthy's saying that Pratt flopped. Let's see if he did. So TJ Bass clearly gets called for the hold there, and here comes Schoonmaker. Yeah, that's some good acting there by Jermaine Pratt. It is a shove after the whistle, though, on Schoonmaker. Great job by Pratt. Picks up 15 yards for Cincinnati. 2nd and 26 coming. Just a wily play by the veteran there. Short pass there on 2nd and 26 to Zeke. That's going nowhere. Akeem Davis-Gaither makes the tackle after a pickup of 1, and it is 3rd and 25. Come on, Cincinnati. You got 25 yards, 24 yards to operate with here with a minute left in the 3rd quarter. There is no way that this should be a 1st down conversion for Dallas. Don't even make it a situation where they're considering going for it on 4th down either. Give up 15 yards. Make the play. 3rd and 24. Here we go. Dallas does have to run a play here before the end of the 3rd quarter. Rushing the gun. Takes the snap, and he's just going to hand it off to Dowdle, who's got space. Cuts it up the middle. Dowdle still on his feet. Finally tackled at the 30-yard line by Geno Stone. So they are in Brandon Aubrey field goal range, but I don't imagine Mike McCarthy is going to go for it. He will not. Instead, they will send the field goal unit out onto the field. So a critical personal foul on Luke Schoonmaker saves Cincinnati. Bengals have caught 2 breaks here in this game. The interception and that personal foul penalty on Schoonmaker. But Brandon Aubrey is now in field goal range. So the Bengals defense does their job after the Burrow turnover. And that will end the 3rd quarter. So we'll get this updated here. We will spin the wheel. Those 4s in the comment section for us. Susan's hanging out. She says, "Who day?" Michael Eastwood's getting his 4s in there for me. Appreciate that. And I know we have a super chat to get to. That is on me for not getting to this sooner. We're going to have to update the link here. as we typically do. Oh, and we're going to have to get a new link. Okay. Did not forget about you, David Hampton. Brandon Aubrey's going to attempt, I believe, a 47-yard field goal, which for him is nothing. See if the Bengals catch a break and he misfires, or maybe we can get another paw on it like we did last week with Joseph Osai blocking that field goal. But it looks like Dallas is going to retake the lead here after the Joe Burrow interception. But again, with this defense, when you give up field goals, you're celebrating. It's crazy. It's crazy to be in that situation as a professional football team, to feel like you need to celebrate when you're giving up field goals. But that's how I feel, to be completely honest with you. There he is, $5 super chat from David Hampton. We'll get you into our raffle here. Up to $87 in super chats. Definitely need at least 100 in order to give away our hat. Keep that in mind. And we will have a duck race here at the end, so long as we get at least $100 in super chat revenue. That is the goal. Susan, appreciate the kind words. Means a lot. Just my thoughts, says Burrow makes mistakes. The defense can't keep holding the line game after game. I think I understand the general concept of what you're saying. Here's the field goal from Aubrey. It's good. No surprise there. That is the first play of the fourth quarter. 2017 Dallas. Again, if you're Cincinnati, that's a win. Can't turn the ball around. It's unfair to ask that of Joe Burrow. It is completely and utterly unfair. But he's got to be dang near perfect, and he is dang near perfect in this game, barring the pick. But the Bengals have a deficit in front of them because of that. Yeah, you're right. Just my thoughts. It's irrational to sit there and blame Joe Burrow, like Shannon Sharp. Just irrational to say that. But there have been some mistakes at inopportune times for Cincinnati as Chris opens the door. So we were celebrating there after the second quarter, but he's got a tortilla in hand here for the third quarter. Same tortilla.
It's gotten a little stale, so it's harder.
It's gotten a little stale, so it's harder. There we go. Yeah, he didn't take it as easy on me that time. He went a little harder that time with the stale tortilla. It's been sitting out. Appreciate you, Chris. Hopefully I don't see you again, but we'll see. Got to get those shares numbers up in order to prevent that from happening. We got 1 quarter to go here in this football game. So make sure you share today's video on social media. Again, we were doing a share battle with our Cowboys report. Lost in the first quarter, won in the second quarter, and just lost again there. So hopefully that was the last slap of the night and we don't get slapped one more time. But regardless, yeah, we're doing that here on Bengals Breakdown tonight. All right. I do not know who the taco dude is. Don't know who that is. Papa J says Higgins has dropped too many passes. I know he's dropped 1 today, but I mean you're feeding Uno at this point. It's working, so I want to see more of that here in the second half. He said how many? I thought it was just 1, but maybe there's 2. Derek's young. Yeah, it's fair. That's fair, but that's just kind of the reality of the situation right here. Got another super chat to get here. Michael Easterwood, $3 super chat. Field goals are a win for the Bengals D. It's true. Yep, that's Totally with you there, Michael. Absolutely no doubt about it. It's embarrassing. It's unfortunate, but it's reality. And that's another entry into our giveaway for you, Michael Easterwood, as I got a tortilla flake on my computer. Obviously unfortunate. That is the case. All right. We are in the fourth quarter. A quarter that, besides this year, this has been my only knock on Joe Burrow this season. Is he playing the best football of his career? Yes. Here's Khalil Herbert. He'll return the kick. Out past the 25, out past the 30. Hold on to that football, Khalil. And he does. Down at the 32-yard line, that's where Burrow and company will set up shop. Burrow's been unbelievable this year, but the one knock has been that the fourth quarter hasn't been the money quarter. It hasn't. That's what we've seen in the past. As the game went on, Burrow would just get better and better and better. I'm talking about 21, 22, and before he got hurt in 23. Haven't seen that here in 24. We'll see if that changes here tonight. Bengals are going to need it to change if they're going to win. 1st and 10. Burrow under center. Chase Brown in the game at running back. Play action. Burrow with time, dumps it off to Chase Brown, gets to him quickly. Nice move by Chase Brown. Makes DeMarvion Overshown look pretty silly there on that first down play. Again, big fan of Overshown and his abilities out there, but that was his first real mistake of the evening there. He just kind of gets put in a spin cycle by Chase Brown on that first down play. Enough for a Cincinnati first down. Some positive momentum here to start the drive. Bengals operating with some tempo here as they approach midfield. 1st and 10 at their own 42-yard line. Burrow in the gun. Takes the shotgun snap. Looks right, fires right. He's got Jamar Chase on a slant route. Threw it a little bit behind him. Deron Bland in coverage. But Jamar Chase does his thing. Hauls it in. First down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones for us in the comment section. 2 plays, 2 first downs for Cincinnati. Like clockwork. So far, so good as far as responding after that interception from Joe Burrow. Clock continues to tick. 13 and change left in the ball game. They'll run it here on 1st and 10 in between the tackles with Chase Brown. It's 3 plays, 3 first downs for Cincinnati. Pick up a 10 on the ground for 30. Type in those ones for us. Ian says he's actually inches short. You're right, he is. 2nd and 1. I thought that was a first down for Chase Brown. I was incorrect. But regardless, 2nd and 1 situation. Do you take a shot here if you're Zac Taylor? Or do you just keep on chugging along? Looks like that's what they're going to do here because he is lined up under center. Burrow, that is. Here comes Higgins in motion. Brown still the running back in the game. And they will give it to Chase Brown on 2nd and 1. Nice hesitation there by Brown before hitting the hole. Hold on that football, and he does. Pick up of about 3. First down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones. Really nice drive the Bengals are putting together here. And DeMarvion Overshown is down on the field. This obviously is massive. I think he is their 2nd most important player defensively behind Micah Parsons, and he's down on the play. And they'll cut the break. So while they do that, we will really quickly give a shout out to our friends over at PrizePicks, of course, because PrizePicks is the sponsor of today's show. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. With over 10 million members and billions of dollars in awarded winnings, PrizePicks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 200 times your cash. Run your game all season long on PrizePicks. You can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks with as little as 4 correct picks. Make your holidays bigger and brighter with PrizePicks, the best place to get real money sports action while watching your favorite sports. Again, you can now win up to 200 times your money on PrizePicks. They also now offered MasterCard for quick and easy deposits into your account this sports season. They're also available in California, Florida, Georgia, and Texas, as well as over 30 states. PrizePicks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy. so your lineups stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, PrizePicks keeps your lineup live. PrizePicks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users and sign up today. They also invented the flex play over at PrizePicks. This is what Tom Downey of the Cowboys report cooked up as far as our flex play slate here this evening. The CeeDee Lamb, that's in a great spot. The more than on his receiving yards. Chase Brown rushing yards only has 42 at this point, so he certainly has to get going. Rico Dowdle, 68.5. He is well over that mark, as Rico, of course, has over 100 yards in this football game. Again, it's a flex play, so you don't have to win all three of your picks in order to cash out. That is the beauty of the flex play. You can double your money, even if one of your picks doesn't hit. So download the app today and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Again, download the app, use code CLNS, get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. It's PrizePicks. Run your game. Overshown getting helped off the field here, and it looked like a turned ankle. Don't want to speculate too much here, but it did look like a turned ankle for DeMarvion Overshown. He is out of the game at this point. Bengals have the football. 12.5 minutes to go. Down by 3 at the Dallas 31. Burrow takes the snap. Takes a huge hit from Micah Parsons, but finds Mike Gesicki over the middle for another Cincinnati first down into the PrizePicks red zone. And my goodness, did Joe Burrow pay for that one as he got smacked by Micah Parsons right after he released this football. Yeah, you might want to block number 11. They opted not to do it on that play. I think going forward, that should be a priority. Bengals opted, you know what? This time, we won't block him. Here we go. 1st and 10. Into the flat. Gesicki again holds on to that football. Very nearly lost it there. Pick up of about 5. Another positive play for Cincinnati. It looks like Burrow's still wincing after that hit from Micah Parsons. I mean, boy, was that just an absolute shot. But delivered a strike on a slant route to Gesicki, and he goes back to Gesicki on the following play. Results in a 6-yard pickup. 2nd and 4 coming up. Burrow in the gun. They will run it with Chase Brown and gets kind of dumped, but is able to fall forward. They brought some safety pressure there. It was Malik Hooker who has the interception off Burrow in this game. He was there to make the stop. Brown does fall forward for a 2-yard pickup. So it will be 3rd and 2. Hopefully the Bengals get it. You also got to wonder what Zac Taylor would do if they do not. They'll go empty set here. You know, Joe's going to be looking at number 1 here at some point. 4 seconds to go on the shot clock. Burrow takes the snap, looks right, wants a fade route to Higgins in the end zone, and isn't able to haul it in. Hits off of Higgins' right hand and falls to the turf. Incomplete. Don't love that play call. First time tonight where I do not like that play call from Zac Taylor. It's 3rd and 2, a fade. I get you're trying to get Higgins going here late in the game. You do have a one-on-one matchup. You've got the bigger player, the bigger frame with T. Higgins. Not Burrow's best ball by any means. It was a pretty no-brainer here. Got to kick the field goal with Cade York despite it being 4th and 2. Only a 29-yard attempt. Very critical you tie this game up here with 10.5 minutes to go. Here's York. Elevated from the practice squad for this game. The kick is up. The kick is good. Nice job by Cade York. Capitalizes. And we are knotted up at 20 in Dallas. All right, let's get our sub tracker up here. I haven't thrown that up here much this evening. Got about 800 people hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown, watching. And there we go. Let's see if we can't get to 14,000 subscribers by the end of this stream. If we get to 14,000, I will dress up like Santa at some point for a video. We'll keep this up here. 13,789 subs. If we get to 14K, we'll dress up like Santa. That is the goal. That is well within reach here. Only 210 subscribers. And we've got, that's going to spike here. As this game progresses. I'm already regretting saying that I will, but here we are. 14,000. We'll make it happen. Keep hitting that sub button. All right. I got a $5 super chat we got to get to, though, here in a sec. And we will do that here. From who else? Our guy, Michael Easterwood. And he says, my gift to Susan, a fellow Bengal fan. So, Michael, I'm going to need you to get down in the comments. What I think is that you are giving your free entry here, or not your free entry, your $5 entry here, to Susan. Correct me if I'm wrong. But that is how I am interpreting it here at this point. Going to be giving away a Bengals Santa hat at the end of our stream. $5 super chat gets you into that raffle. And based on that message, it sounds like that is right. And Michael confirms it for me. He says, yeah, that is right. So Susan Luby, you are in our raffle. How about that? Michael Easterwood, he's a man of the people. He's a good man. Giving away his entry to Susan Luby. Okay. Got you in there, Susan. Michael, appreciate you. Breon thinks Burrow is overrated. My advice would be open your eyes. Just open your eyes. That's all you got to do. Open your eyes, and you will come to the conclusion that that is a false statement. Here we go. 1st and 10. Dallas tie ball game. 20-20 here on Monday Night Football. Rush takes the snap, hands it off to Rico Dowdle, who gets dumped in the backfield by GP Money. Jermaine Pratt brings them down for a loss of 1. Big time negative play there by the Bengals linebacker. Shoots the gap. TJ Bass just absolutely whiffs on him. And he drops Dowdle in the backfield. That's a winning play there by Jermaine Pratt. Great stuff by the Bengals veteran linebacker. 2nd and 11 for Dallas. Rush in the gun. Takes the snap. Some pressure here from Anarumo. Rush taking a shot down the sideline. Nice job by Marco Wilson. Gets himself a PBU, his best play in his tenure as a Cincinnati Bengal. Starting to see a little bit more playing time here tonight. Was matched up with the speedster, Cavante Turpin, and Turpin just couldn't get free of Marco Wilson. Wilson gets his left hand on the football, and that's clamps right there by the former Florida Gator. 3rd and 11. Type in those threes for us in the comment section. Can this Bengals defense get off the field? 7 seconds to go on the shot clock. Rush changing the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got to hurry. Here comes the boys. Incomplete. Lou Anarumo sent all types of pressure there on that play. Geno Stone was able to get home on the safety blitz unblocked. And Rush really had no choice but to just throw it away. And that feels like the first time all year Anarumo sends all-out pressure, and it works. I think that literally was the first time all season, and we are in week 14, that Anarumo sent all-out pressure, and it worked. Finally. Burrow going to have an opportunity to take the lead here. Isaiah Williams is back to receive the punt. Gets probably 3 yards before he's tackled at the 25. I love me some Trenton Irwin and what he can do, but it's very clear that Isaiah Williams is a better option for you in the punt return game. Of course, Charlie Jones still out with that groin. Jabril says, can we run that play more often? Look, Jabril, we've ran that play some, and it has never worked. But that time it was executed. I think that's really on Cooper Rush for kind of snapping that ball into that look. I think he should have expected that they were coming with all-out pressure. He had Lipke there from a protection standpoint, but he was picking up another blitzer. I think a veteran quarterback probably burns a timeout or checks into a better play than that, because Geno Stone was coming in untouched, and Rush just doesn't have the mobility to evade him, and essentially had to throw it away. But really, what I think was more impressive than that was the previous play. Marco Wilson getting an opportunity there. Gets matched up on the speedster Kevontae Turpin. Thank you, Jabril. As far as the bots go, I understand they're frustrating, but we're doing everything we can here. Billy Jean says, "Who day in Tennessee?" Appreciate you, Billy Jean. Who day to you as well. Hopefully Cincinnati can get them a victory here tonight. At $95 in Super Chats. Need at least $5 in order to give away our Bengals Santa hat. Trey Fizzle says, will Chase hit a 15.5 long rush? We'll see if he gets another opportunity. He has the 14-yard rush, but not sure they'll give him another opportunity in a reverse here. And we do have some Super Chats that we will get to here in a second. Appreciate you, Jesus and Scott, for getting those in. Here's Burrow in the gun. We'll hand it off to Chase Brown. Solid pickup on first down. Pick up a 4 out to the Dallas 30-yard line. Let's get another methodical drive put together that results in points. That's obviously what we're trying to do here. Let's kill a lot of clock and get 7. That's what you really need here. We'll see how aggressive Zac Taylor is. I thought it was kind of conservative there to kick the field goal, but that was the correct decision. I think in the past weeks we might have seen him gone for it there. But he opts to kick the field goal, tie the game. It works out. Defense gets a stop. Let's see what the offense can do. 2nd and 6, 9 minutes to go. Cowboys bring pressure. Burrow gets rid of it quickly. He's got Hudson over the middle on the slant. It's all the way out to midfield. Was just dragging the safety, Donovan Wilson, down the field with him. Big time pickup by Tanner Hudson. Burrow's fired up. He loves it. First down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones for us in the comments section. There's Desert Ranger Jesus. That is another entry for you. 1st and 10 at the Cincinnati 49. They'll toss it to Chase Brown, and that did not work. Gets popped in the backfield by Kendricks, the linebacker. And he's going to lose probably 4 yards. They'll say 3 yards. 2nd and 13 coming up, so negative play there on the toss sweep. Don't mind the run, but all that activity behind the line of scrimmage definitely is questionable. Your offensive line gets beat there. Kappa and Mims just not doing their jobs there on that play. Really nothing for Chase Brown to do. 2nd and 13. Got to pick up a chunk here if you're Cincinnati. Burrow in the gun. Obvious pass situation here for the Bengals. Cowboys bring pressure. Quick pass to Yoshi, who bobbles it and loses it. The ball is loose, and Dallas has it, and it's going the other way. Down the sideline, still hasn't been tackled yet. Down at the Cincinnati 30-yard line with 7 minutes to go. We will see. Yoshi was bobbling this football, but he may have found a way to get possession of the football and then fumbled it. Here we go. So he never really has it. He's bumbling, he's stumbling, he's bumbling. Ooh, that's close. That is really, really close. Initially, he doesn't have it. He's fumbling with it. He's messing around. And then he tucks it, and it pops out. Trayvon Diggs does a nice job of punching that out here. And we will see. And they're going to call it incomplete. And that's close. Bengals catch a bit of a break once again, but I think that is the right call. Incomplete. Now it's 3rd and long. Bengals offense back out on the field. 3rd and 13. 7 minutes and change to go. That is very bang-bang, but I don't think he makes a football move, as they call it, and it will be incomplete. Because you can tell he's got it, and then it pops out, but I don't think he had it long enough for it to be a fumble. Good call by the official. 3rd and 13, though, for Cincinnati. 7.5 minutes to go. Burrow changing the play at the line of scrimmage. Out near midfield. What does Zac Taylor have here on 3rd down? Cowboys bring all-out pressure. Burrow, that's a face mask. The ball comes out. Cincinnati lands on it. And there is no flag. Burrow got his face mask absolutely ripped. Zac Taylor is livid there on the sideline. I do not know how you do not throw the flag there. Joe Burrow is now limping off the field here for Cincinnati, and that makes your heart absolutely stop. Taylor's livid. I mean, he gets his face mask completely ripped. And there's no flag. Tries to step up in the pocket there. And you're just holding your breath at this point that it's nothing serious for Joe Burrow. Yep, I mean, clearly a face mask. Blown call by the official once again. And here's Ryan Rico to punt it away. I don't know if he got the snap off in time. Joe Burrow was limping off the field. He's down on the bench, not getting looked at by any members of the medical staff. I mean, that's so bad. Come on. And Burrow limps off the field as well. Appeared to be a lower extremity issue for Burrow. Again, not getting any treatment on the sideline, so it's probably fine, but Bengals have had some calls go their way tonight, and then at a moment where they just needed a normal call, can't get it. And the punt from Rico goes into the end zone. DJ Ivey not able to down it. Mistake there by Ryan Rico that bounces into the end zone. Cooper Rush going to start it at his own 30. As opposed to being backed up in his own territory. 6.5 minutes to go. Desert Ranger Jesus. I got you in. Scott C. $2 super chat says let's go. Need the defense again to make a play, and we'll see how Joe Burrow's mobility is here as we progress. Aunt Rachel hanging out with us once again. She wants the Santa hat. Don't blame me. We will get you down in our raffle that will be given away here at the end of our show. Appreciate you, Aunt Rachel, as always, hanging out with us. And it looks like we have another super chat as well. And we do. $5 from Michael Easterwood. Another $5 super chat from Michael Easterwood. Appreciate that, Michael. Michael's just been spamming the $5 super chats for us tonight. It means a lot. All right, 6.5 minutes to go. Bengals have all their timeouts. Defense is coming off their best possession of the day, of the night. And let's see if they can back it up. DeMarvion Overshown, by the way, has been ruled out with that knee injury, which is critical. Assuming Cincinnati's going to get an opportunity to possess the ball here. Still plenty of time, 6.5 minutes, but the defense needs another good stand. Here we go. Rush under center. Bengals simulating some pressure here. They will hand it off to Dowdle, who goes right up the middle and has 12, 13, 14 yards for a Dallas Cowboy first down. Rico Dowdle's absolutely going off here tonight. Great point by Jesus. He says it's stupid how New York can call in and have people checked for medical reasons but won't call in for obvious penalties. I completely agree. It's probably the most well-said comment we've had here in the chat tonight. Well said, Jesus. Play action here from Rush, and he'll dump it off to his tight end, and it's a bad toss by Cooper Rush. Had Jake Ferguson there in the flat. Rush was throwing on the move, and he missed him. Ball's to the ground, incomplete. Clock stops. Five minutes, 57 seconds to go. Mistake there by Cooper Rush. That looked like a backup quarterback there on that play. Rush takes the snap on 2nd and 10. Bengals not able to get home. Pass intended for Brandon Cooks. Too high. CTB in coverage there. Another bad throw there by Cooper Rush. But I do think the pressure from the Cincinnati Bengals affected Cooper Rush on this play. Some hand fighting there between Cooks and CTB. Nothing egregious there. Good no call there by Cincinnati. 3rd and 10 coming up. Type in those threes for us in the comment section. Rush got to hurry. 3 seconds on the play clock. Snaps it. Bengals send 4. Here comes Trey Hendrickson. Gets juked out by Rush. Rush fires over the middle. Passes batted down. Incomplete. 4th down coming up, and Dallas will be forced to punt it away. Great job by Trey Hendrickson. He was not able to get Rush on the ground. Gets juked out by Cooper Rush here. It came flying off the edge and just was unblocked. And Rush just jukes him out, but it looked like Akeem Davis-Gaither was able to get a paw on this football, and he was. Great job by ADG in for the injured Logan Wilson, makes a huge play. Dallas goes 3 and out, and Cincinnati has another opportunity to take the lead. Isaiah Williams back to receive the punt, makes a move, gets flipped, and picks up 3 yards, but a flag comes out. And it looks like the Bengals will be going in the wrong direction. Burrow walks out onto the field, and there is a slight limp in his gait. So something to keep an eye on. So Burrow got a brace, not really a brace, kind of like a sleeve with some padding on it, on his knee, and he was wincing as it was going on. So that's just not good at all. But he is still out on the field, and he still will lead this Bengals offense. We will see how mobile he is going to be able to be. Obviously, a large part of his success this season has been his ability to create, extend plays, move around within the pocket, move around outside of the pocket, step up in the pocket, and even take off and run from time to time as well. And just got that, I don't want to call it a brace, but some form of protection there on the knee. During that Cowboys possession offensively, that goes on the knee of Burrow, and we'll see. We'll see how he's moving around out there, but he will be in the game at quarterback for Cincinnati. 289 likes, 800 people watching. Make sure you hit that thumbs up icon if you haven't done so already. Also, if we get 14,000 subscribers, we'll get the Santa costume out for a VOD. And a little less than 200 subs away. And I know this is going to peak here if this game stays close at the end. 5.5 minutes to go. Offer stands. Keep hitting that sub button. We'll get the Santa costume out. 14,000 subscribers. Just an anxious feeling, really, for Bengals fans at this point. Not really because of the game, but how number 9 is going to be able to move around out there. Drops back. Oh, moves around just fine. Steps up, throws on the run, throws a dime. Jamar Chase. All right, Joe Burrow's fine. Good to see. First down, Cincinnati out toward the 30-yard line. That was typical Joe Burrow. Dropped back, stepped up, moved to his left, found his receiver. Appeared to be just fine there. Beautiful. Dimer. Now over 300 yards on the evening. Clock beginning to become a factor. Both teams have 3 timeouts. Under the 5-minute mark, Burrow takes the snap, quick pass, out to Yoshi. Pick up a 5. Clock continues to run as Joseph stays in bounds. Second and 5. 4 minutes and change here in the game. Burrow takes the snap. Cowboys bring pressure. Burrow fires over the middle. He had Jamar. Jamar can't hold in. Flag comes out. And this one's going against Dallas. They're going to get Jordan Lewis, the nickel, who was matched up with Chase in the slot, for the interference. Yep, good call there. Definitely would have caught that. It's amazing how just a little subtle contact can really affect and disrupt the timing between quarterback and receiver. When Chase and Burrow aren't perfectly timed up, I think you can bet that there's typically some contact from the defense. 15-yard penalty there. First down, Cincinnati, as they approach midfield. 4 minutes and change to go here in the game. Burrow takes the snap, hands it off to Chase Brown. Pickup of 3 as we dip below 4 minutes in the ball game. Obviously, goes without saying, ball security at this stage of the game is paramount. Ball security is job security. We've seen Chase Brown cough it up at inopportune times in the past. Got to make sure if he's getting touches here late in the game, he's holding on to that football. Same, of course, with Joe Burrow. Micah Parsons on the sideline. No helmet on for this play. 2nd and 7. 3.5 minutes to go. Burrow once again changing the play at the line. 6 seconds to go on the shot clock. Got to go. Cowboys bring pressure out to the flat to Jamar. Jamar makes a move down the sideline, close to another Cincinnati first down. We'll see where they mark him. And a late penalty flag comes out as well. And they're going to get Yoshi for a hold here. Yoshi worked on, matched up against Jordan Lewis. Come on. Pretty, I guess he has the left hand a little bit on the jersey of Lewis, but, shoot, after that missed face mask, might need a bit more of a makeup call, a bigger makeup call than that. But regardless, 2nd and 17. Got to get a chunk here after the 10-yard penalty from Yoshi. Clock stopped at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Burrow. Play fake. Parsons coming, and they're going to get another hold on the Bengals. Burrow sees the flag. He's going to continue to extend, and he gets hit by Parsons. Out to Sample, who gets close to a first down. But they're going to get another hold here on the Bengals, and they are going in the wrong direction. Still 2nd down, and they're going to get Cody Ford. Back-to-back holding calls on the Cincinnati Bengals here on what they're trying to make their game-winning drive here in the 4th quarter. And they're going to get Cody Ford in at left tackle for Orlando Brown Jr. Now, that one is quite obvious. And, of course, Burrow does not get the call as Parsons runs into him after he lets it go. Now it's 2nd and 26. But you really can't afford to be too conservative here because you're trying to win the game. Got to pick up half of it here. Here comes pressure from Dallas. That's a mistake. They get it out quickly to Chase Brown, but he is tackled after a pickup of 7, so maybe not as big of a mistake as I originally thought. Let's see if they bring similar pressure here on 3rd and 20. They might. Micah Parsons, hands on knees. He is gassed. Maybe he'd be a little bit less gassed if he wasn't hitting the quarterback after he got rid of the ball. 3rd and 20. Bengals do have to snap it before the 2-minute warning. 10 seconds to go on the play clock. Micah Parsons is gassed. Cannot afford to burn a timeout here with Cincinnati. Have to snap this. Burrow does. Here comes some pressure from Dallas, and Burrow is going to get dropped. Maurice Leafau with the sack on Joe Burrow. It's going to be 4th and 25. And the Bengals are in serious trouble. 20-20. Dallas going to have the football after this punt. 2-minute warning. We'll update the clock here. Approaching 1,000 people hanging out with us here. If we do hit the 14,000 subscriber mark, we'll dress like Santa for a VOD, a video on demand in the future. So keep that in mind. Hit that sub button for us if you haven't done so already. We'll also get to our super chat menu here. $5 gets you into our Bengals Santa hat giveaway. Got $112 in super chats right now. We'll see if we can build off that as we progress throughout these next couple of minutes. $10 is a Skyline chili shot. Good point from Roland Cooper there. Bringing those back. Done a couple here. I haven't done one in a while, though. So $10 super chat is a Skyline shot. $20 gets you into our Jungle Club 2.0. Giving away, hopefully, a full-size Bengals helmet here at some point. Jizzle James. That's the real Jizzle James. What's up, Jizzle? Looking forward to Saturday's matchup with Xavier. Got to get that one. Got confidence in Wes and the Cats. But if it's not the real Jizzle James, that's all right, too. Regardless, we're still pulling for the Cats on Saturday. But a good question from Jizzle James. Why can't the O-line ever hold up on crucial plays, it seems? It's a good question. You know, I think this year has been the best the offensive line has played in the Joe Burrow era, but I agree. Situationally, they're in bad spots. They don't do good things. And granted, you're without your best offensive lineman in Orlando Brown Jr. That certainly is an issue. And I think Mike Zimmer has recognized that as a weakness, and he's been sending pressure frequently on Joe Burrow. And when you're in a long yardage situation like that, you don't have a choice but to get rid of the football quickly. Oh, and the punt gets blocked. And the Bengals have the football. Cincinnati has the football. Was this fumbled? Was this fumbled by the Dallas Cowboys? If this was fumbled by the Dallas Cowboys, the Bengals just caught the break of a lifetime. Ryan Rico gets his punt blocked. Ball shoots up into the air, and let's see if Dallas recovers this. And the Bengals have the football. Oh, my goodness, and what was a disaster. It is a live ball. I don't even know if Ururiarie, or however you say that, my apologies, even knew that was the rule. And the ball comes out, and Cincinnati has the football. I am in a state of shock right now. Honestly, I cannot believe that just happened. Zac Taylor can't believe that just happened either. A state of shock in this football game. Cincinnati retains possession of the football after getting their punt blocked. Second life for Cincinnati. Joey Burrow fires, sideline, caught by Yoshi. Close to a Cincinnati first down, second and short coming up. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe that just happened. I've never been that shocked before in a football game, I don't think. Second and 3. Approaching midfield, Burrow hands it off to Chase Brown, who's still on his feet, working towards the Dallas Cowboys 40-yard line. First down, Cincinnati. Type in those ones for us in the comment section. Clock continues to run here. If you're Mike McCarthy, you got to start thinking about using some timeouts here down the stretch. Minute 10 remaining. Burrow in the gun. Burrow firing. Pass is caught by Ja'Marr Chase. Makes the move. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cincinnati. And the Bengals take the lead with a minute to go in Dallas. Oh, my goodness. Have a night, Ja'Marr Chase. Have a night, Joey Burrow. And he just made Deron Bland look silly. Bland thought he was getting out of bounds, and Ja'Marr said, not so fast. I'm going to spin this thing around on a dime and get downfield and score. Here's a crucial extra point by Cade York. Up and good. So the Bengals capitalize on a special teams gaffe by the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones cannot believe it. Jerry Jones is fuming up there in his box. Ja'Marr Chase, that is the best wide receiver in the National Football League. No doubt about it. Just a mistake there by Dallas touching that football after the block punt. Bengals have the lead, 27-20. A minute to go. This thing is far from over. Dallas has all 3 timeouts. And this Cincinnati defense is suspect, to put it mildly. Micah Parsons crying about it on the sidelines. He can't believe it. He needs some teeth whitener. A minute to go here. 1st and 10 for Cooper Rush and the Dallas Cowboys. Dallas has the ball here. Rush steps up, gets hit, but delivers a strike to CeeDee Lamb out to the Dallas 45-yard line. $50 seconds to go. Mike McCarthy has to burn his first timeout, but a positive play for Dallas on their first play. $53 seconds to go. Monday Night Football. Dallas has it at their own 45-yard line. This Bengals defense trying to hold on for dear life. Get their 5th win of the season. Rush takes the snap. Steps up in the pocket. Makes the guy miss and falls forward. Won't be a sack. Miles Murphy nearly was there for a sack. So it's a pickup of 1 by Cooper Rush. And McCarthy's not going to use a timeout. And the clock continues to run here. 35 seconds and counting. Dallas gets it off quickly. Here comes Hendrickson off the edge, and he brings him down. Dumps Cooper Rush in the backfield for a sack. And McCarthy will have to burn his second timeout with 30 seconds remaining. What a play by Trey Hendrickson. He hadn't gotten home yet in this game, but he finally gets home with 30 seconds to go, and he's excited about it. Dumping Cooper Rush in the backfield. Massive play by this Bengals defense. Just bullies that left tackle, Udoga, and just puts Cooper Rush right into the ground. Great job by Trey Hendrickson. Zac Taylor loves it on the sidelines. Incredible stuff. 3rd and 15 coming up. Obviously, Dallas will have to go for it here if they don't get it. Oh, Anarumo sends pressure. That's dangerous. Rush fires over the middle. Pass is caught. Nice job by DJ Ivey, though, in coverage. In a one-on-one situation with the tight end, Ferguson. And it does result in a completion, but DJ Ivey was all over him like white on rice. And he drops him. 4th down, 4th and game coming up here for Dallas. 4th and 7. If you're Anarumo and the defensive staff, you cannot let anybody get behind your defense. Got to keep everything in front of you in this situation. DJ Ivey will stay in the game. Ivey, a 2023 pick. 7th round pick out of the U, Miami. Tore his ACL last year, has carved out a nice special teams role for himself here, and he's going to be on the field once again for the biggest play of the game for the Bengals defensively. Cam Taylor-Britt is matched up with CeeDee Lamb. 4th and 7. Rush takes the snap. Chucks deep down the field, and he misses his man Ferguson. The ball falls to the ground, incomplete, and Cincinnati is going to go into Dallas and get a victory on Monday Night Football. A special teams gaffe by Dallas gives Cincinnati a massive win, but you got to give credit to that Bengals defense. Couple of critical stops there late in the game, and just Cooper Rush just airmailed his tight end, Jake Ferguson. Let's see if he was even deep enough past the sticks. He was. Would have been a 1st down, but it's victory formation for the Cincinnati Bengals in Dallas on Monday Night Football. How about that? Cincinnati gets it done 27-20, a much-needed victory. And Micah Parsons is going to sulk off the field and go pout about it in the locker room and not shake hands with any of the Cincinnati Bengals. And good to see a smile on Joey Burrow's face after the game. He knows it wasn't the most pretty thing. He knows they caught a bit of a break there with the special teams gaffe. But regardless, this Bengals team deserves it, given all they had been through this year. Let's get those Who Days going in the chat. How about that? Gets their 5th win of the season. Tell you what, man, this Bengals team absolutely needed it. No doubt about that. We're going to get a little jersey swappage here from CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase. Burrow says they really needed a break. Absolutely they did. Hadn't got many this year, but they finally got one there on special teams. And it's going to be a victory for the Cincinnati Bengals on Monday Night Football. Much needed. Jamar Chase, I mean, what more can you say? This guy is absolutely unbelievable. 14 catches, 177 yards, 2 touchdowns. It's the best receiver in the National Football League. No two ways around that. Absolutely unbelievable. Bengals win 27-20 against the Dallas Cowboys. A much-needed win. Got another super chat coming in. Last second super chat from my guy, Marvin Williford. Appreciate that, Marvin. That is another entry into our raffle that we're going to be giving away here in a moment. But go ahead and grade the Bengals' performance for me in the comment section. Smiles from Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. They needed it. They needed it bad, and they got it. Cincinnati wins. Get those grades for us into the comment section of today's show. All right. We will get on with this duck race pretty quickly here. Marvin, I got you in. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. And we will get this duck race set up. Get your grades in A, B, C, D, or F for us in the comment section. Me personally, it just feels good to get a win, to be completely honest with you. And I'm gonna give this team a B. They might not deserve it, but I mean, offensively, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. I mean, are you kidding me? That's the best tandem in the league. It's the best receiver in the league. Everybody was laughing at me when I said that going into the year about Jamar Chase being the best receiver in the National Football League. Well, he is. And I think everybody is kind of seeing that here at this point of the season. Joe Burrow, yeah, you can put Mahomes over him. That's fine, but that boy is different too. Nice job by Cincinnati responding after the turnover there by Burrow, the interception. Again, they needed a break, they deserved a break, and they got a break. And they made the most of it. Getting set up here for our duck race here. Making sure I didn't miss any last minute super chats. All right, Muzzle Crow, I see you. And you are in. So we will get you in, Muzzle Crow. As we get set up here for this duck race. Papa J says, great job. I appreciate that, Papa J. Means a lot. You're the man. Muzzle Crow. Muzzle Crow, you are in. Jesus at the wire. Rose, nailed her score prediction. 27 to 20. That's awesome. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little more high scoring. The under does cash in this game, by the way. Jesus, I got you. You are in. And we will get this queued up here. Appreciate your guys' patience as I solo produced here tonight. And we are just a matter of moments before we get this queued up. The Bengals win 27 to 20. Monday Night Football. It just feels good, right? This is why you don't tank. Like, if you love the Cincinnati Bengals, you know this feels good. And it absolutely does. Bengals 27, Cowboys 20. And look, they deserve this win. Cincinnati did. Absolutely. You really can't make that. Michael, it says it feels great. And we are right about ready for this duck race. There we go. All right. Giving away totally with you, Jesus. And seeing the smile on, Burrow and Jamar. I mean, what they're doing is crazy. I mean, Jamar Chase, he's really about to win the Triple Crown. That's nuts. The Bengals better get ready to back up the Brinks truck because they got, after this year, the price went way up. So could have, figured some things out this offseason, but ultimately, the price went up. We'll just say that. Great night to be a Bengals fan. Absolutely no doubt about that. All right, here we go. Giving away a Bengals Santa hat before we get out of here on today's show. So we'll get things started here in 3, 2, 1. And we are underway. Let's see who brings this home. Appreciate you 500 viewers hanging around with us still at Bengals Breakdown. I was in such a state of shock at that block punt. I literally was speechless. I was just sitting there watching, so it's kind of on me for not articulating that better, but I've never been that shocked watching a football game in my life. All right, halfway point. Aunt Rachel's got the lead for now. Here comes Scott C. at the bottom of the screen here. We dip under the 30-second mark. See if anyone can make a late push here. I see a lot of Michael Easterwoods in there racing. Appreciate Michael for all he did for us here tonight. Got Marvin Williford and Aunt Amy dueling it out here with 10 seconds to go. Here comes Easterwood, though. He's hot at that 10 spot. Muzzle Crow, the last entry besides Jesus. Is it going to be Easterwood or Crow? Michael Easterwood wins his first duck race, gets his back-to-back prize, though, after securing the slippers last week. How about that? Michael Easterwood, your time has finally come, my friend. You got the job done, and you are going to be walking away with... What happened to... Is Joe Burrow's face messed up there on the right? Or is that eye black? Or it's just a shadow? Or I think it's just eye black. Must have been hugging somebody that was wearing eye black. Sorry, I got distracted there. But Michael Easterwood, how about that? He says in the comment section he can't believe it. Honestly, I can't either. I mean, I couldn't believe it that you hadn't won by now. I appreciate it. Appreciate you hanging out. Appreciate all the super chats. Nobody more deserving than Michael Easterwood. You will get your slippers. You will get the hat. And Jesus, you will get your speaker as well. I will let you guys know via email when we have some dates in terms of when that's going to arrive. But appreciate all you guys and your support for us here at Bengals Breakdown. And how about that? We finally get a win. It feels like we always do this. It's a crazy game and they lose. And we're sitting here like, can't believe it happened again. But Cincinnati finally gets a win. And it's kind of shocking, but they needed it bad. And they needed it real bad. And they get it done here against Dallas. Let's see if they can't go on a bit of a run here to end the season. Again, probably out of things. They need a miracle and a half in order to get into the dance. But some momentum certainly would be awesome for Cincinnati at this stage of the season. Once again, appreciate everybody hanging out with us here at Bengals Breakdown. It was a treat to be with you guys this evening, and it was even more exciting that the Bengals got a victory. We will be live next week for the Bengals matchup, so make sure you stop by for that as well. Hope you will join us, and stay tuned for our instant reaction video that will be out as shortly as soon as possible, and it's going to be a positive instant reaction video. First time we have had one of those in a while. But hoo-day, everybody, and until then, take care, everybody.